Who's ready to get slurped?
I am.
Hello.
Schlorp.
I'm offering slurping services to everyone.
Slurping services. Welcome to the final slurp of Itaewon By Night, Slurp 2, episode 10. Thanks for waiting. Meet us after the break for our Bad House announcements and a little bit more. Constant reminder, we have a tip menu. I did not let anyone take XP or recharge their willpower. So you're going to want to give everyone a little bit of that $10 or channel points tonight. Absolutely. But that being said, it's part of the tip menu, $10 for a reroll for people to be able to take the higher result or to whatever result gets them to the better advantage. Or you can use channel points for that. That's like 1,000 channel points or something.
Yeah.
What is the show? $20 will get everyone a flashback opportunity which lets players rewrite history and gain a more advantageous situation, position, etc. We still have one that Jet is holding on to, so very excited to see what kind of fuckery is gonna happen. Aha! Literally the flashback is just Jet puts a gun in his pocket this morning, and then that's it. Shit like that is possible. Very possible.
My sword has a gun.
Yes, exactly. Itaewon By Night just wrapped up our sponsored series where we gave out codes for Hero Forge's beautiful acrylic standees. You can find all our updates and winners on our Bad House Twitter. As a reminder, because of new Twitter, you need to make sure your DMs are open and verified memories only is untoggled. We're going to be properly trying to root through all the codes that still need to be sent out, but there are some beautiful standees that are out there already that are being shared from our viewers in Hero Forge. We love to see them. Please show them to us. Etc. And also, hey, if you saw on our Twitter, you are going to want to interact in chat for our exciting new dice giveaway at !dice. We are giving away 2 10d10 sets curated by the Itaewon By Night cast, partnered with Odd Duck Dice for our finale, who made these beautiful sets. So once more, type in !dice to potentially win either set. They're the same set of Odd Duck Dice, specifically for a VTM set where there are some beautiful hunger dice, as well as some wonderful, if everyone wants to talk about a little bit about the dice that they helped design, I designed the Itaewon setting sort of proper. It's very honestly very cityscape Sailor Moon-esque. It's skylines, pink and blues and blacks, and just very city pop kind of vibes. Who wants to talk about theirs really quick?
Let's do it with the introductions.
Just do it with the introductions? Okay. So super quick. Once more, typing !dice to win a set. We ship domestic and international besides Quebec, Russia, and North Korea. Awkward. Our content warnings for today for the show, you can be found on the Twitch command !CW. There's going to be gaslighting, there's going to be paranoia, the usual things of the VTM, mental manipulation, and etc. To introduce myself, I am Josephine. I am your storyteller. Cityscape dice, pink and blue and beautiful. I'm going to pass it over to Youngles.
Hi, I'm Youngles. I do the she, they pronouns. And I designed Wendy's dice to kind of, they got that purple, black look stuff going on. There's fun specs in there, and that's all I got. So I'm gonna pass it to Hamna.
Hi, hello everyone. My name's Hamna. I do the any and all pronouns. And today I will be playing Cerise Shaheen, who uses they them pronouns, are fledgling Ventru. And Cerise's dice are pastel, pink, and blue. They are glittery and they have blood splatters on them. Honestly, it looks like somebody killed Sully from Monsters Inc. and then put them into dice. That's actually what it looks like if you go look at the pictures. And with that, I will pass it over to my sire, Jay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jay. I do the they, them.
Jesus Christ.
And tonight, I am playing Verdian's song. You've just watched me maybe I tossed one of my dice into the ether. I don't know where it went, but my dice for Viridian in the 10d10 set is a Viridian color translucent with gold leaf inside, and you'll actually match the set that I have for my character, which I just tossed one. I don't know where it went. So you'll match mine, and they're very pretty. And I'm super happy to be working with Odd Duck Dice on this because the whole set looks really cool, you guys. And the Hunger Dice are red and really cool as well. But I'm gonna throw it to Fabs, our lovely producer.
Hey, before I introduce myself, just so everybody knows, you only have to type exclamation point dice once. Yeah, just to be fair. It's gonna go through go through the whole show, and we're gonna be announcing one after the break and one at the end of the show. That being said, I'm Fabs. I do the he/him, and I am producer over here at Bad House RPG. I'll be playing Jet. The dice that I designed looks like rock candy, like Chinese rock candy
yeah,
with like
rock
the
candy.
like the
Rock candy.
solid
rock candy.
sugar. Yeah.
Definitely rock candy.
Definitely.
Yeah. Put it in your mouth.
Wink.
They're
Wink.
really sharp.
They are really sharp.
Don't do that.
They're
Don't do that.
really
Don't do
sharp.
that.
PSA
Don't
for
put it in your
legal
mouth.
reasons. Don't
Don't
eat the
put it in your
dice.
mouth. Don't put them in your mouth.
You should put the dice in your mouth.
No.
You can do whatever
All
you
right.
like.
Anyway,
For entertainment purposes only.
we, as a reminder, where we may usually do a rouse check, we will be completely skipping that because while no one has to make a rouse check, no one has received XP and willpower has not recharged. I believe where we are at, Viridian is at 1, Cerise is at 1, Jet is at 2, and then Wendy is at 3. A recap. Seoul Fashion Week has started. The models spotlight the kinetic, couture, and sustainable nature of Rin, Isaiah Pierce's fashion line. Entranced models stare Viridian down. Cerise talks to Enhino as he slithers about, as they promise to bring his newly estranged daughter, Rie, back to his door. Wendy admonishes Ted for losing sight of Kyun, the ghoul on the loose, obtaining access to the VIP party for Kindred. Jet causes an immediate stir with his contacts of the Hwarang, the community vanguard of Homo Hill. Rin has suffused the edifice on the Opera House building where the VIP party is meant to take place. Cerise falls to its influence, but finds out there is a dangerous secret in 2 locations of the Opera House from Enhino himself. Viridian is finally able to see Rin, the fashion genius. They busily and anxiously throw around magazines that front with Rin's successes, but eventually Rin's name comes across as a non-fashion world icon. But Viridian tells Rin that they are not who she thinks they are. There is an illusion there, Viridian says. As in, Viridian isn't the person that Rin thinks they are. But Rin does not seem aware enough at the moment, swarming in their own mind, that this is the only way Rin can love Viridian. What this is, in particular, seemingly being calling on to a walkie-talkie connected to Enhino, who raises a sword he had been concealing to Jet. The bloodbath begins tonight. To start, before everything begins to break down, Viridian.
Fear. Oh no. Yes.
It's been approximately that 10 minutes. From which you said, then Calliope, you can come in to worry about me. But for now, where we last left off, Rin holding up some vague weapon, whatever I said, I literally don't remember. Preparing themselves to some aggressive, assertive nature. We're gonna make a last wits insight or composure insight or whatever you want plus insight on Rin.
I would like composure, please. That's my highest.
Absolutely.
And insight. Do I get an extra dice for lie detection? I don't know if it's lying, but
Rin isn't. We'll say yes. Rin in particular is concealing everything about their current nature.
lovely. Okay. Oh shit. That was really good. Wait. 7.
Beautiful. Whatever Rin will do at the moment, or rather throughout this entire sort of interaction, Rin, you know that you can get Rin to chip away and shake them to their core if you get them to keep talking. Keep talking to you, whatever that means. But Rin's hands, his whole body before was shaking. Just taking in all these words after the longest time when you are in the moment. Who knows, even as vampires, what you'll end up saying or doing, what takes your pride, what takes it there, what challenges it. Rin shaking, looking up at you again. Are you scared?
I think Viridian takes a step back. I know you don't remember what you said, but what is Rin holding? I know Rin has a walkie-talkie, and you said Rin also has a weapon, or is Rin about to hit me with the walkie-talkie? Or like, what's...
The
Rin's got
walkie-talkie
two
was
hands.
set aside.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a weapon in Rin's hand.
A knife? Was it a knife? I think I vaguely remember a knife. I don't
Yes.
remember. Okay. So Viridian takes sort of a step back and kind of puts their hands up defensively and is staring Rin down. And when Rin asks her, "Are you scared?" Viridian just kind of like draws back, looks almost confused, and says, "No, not really. What are you doing though?"
All your life, you can go around pretending about anything that you want to. You can't even pretend to be scared?
Why do you want me to be scared, Rin?
I want this to be worth it. I want this to work. I need this.
Worth it? What do you mean, worth it?
All the backdoor conversations, all the things that you said about me to Serana behind everyone's back.
You don't know what you are talking about. And Viridian is looking, and is kind of walking maybe around, Rin, trying to get him to like keep on having to shift positions. I think
Yeah.
Viridian knows that if Rin were to attack her, that Viridian's not sure if they could win in a physical fight. So Viridian is trying to keep the upper hand by moving around and trying to keep Rin talking, and also knows that Cal should be coming in soon. So I'm like sort of just walking around to try to get Rin keep on having to move.
And the last thing you said was, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like you have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you have no idea. Enlighten me. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Surely. Surely you have to have heard me, have seen me run away from those multiple conversations, but that one in particular that I was there for. You were speaking about me. That I was not ready, that I was not able to stand on my own ground. To Serana, in their office.
Viridian's face becomes more and more confused, and I think there is a flash of realization across her face as she sort of realizes what Rin is getting at. And Viridian just kind of like draws back and says, "Rin, I didn't realize you were outside listening to that. But I know you have absolutely no reason to believe me. But I haven't lied to you tonight, Rin. That night, I was trying to help you. Serana was so hard on you. I was defending you. I didn't know you were outside.
Just as you are everywhere, I also try to be. What were they hard on me about?
Serana's standards were exacting. I gave so much of myself trying to prove myself to her. Prove that I was good enough for them. That I was worth the blood that they gave me. That I was worth it. And when Serana sired you, I knew you would be subjected to the same pressure. And Verdian is searching Rin's face to see if Rin seems to be taking this well? Question mark? Or
It's
if
all-
Rin's aggression is just going up.
I think it's all they are, I think at this point, like mad, but in the way of like curiosity is beginning to sink in. Of like, am I about to hear something that I've been wondering about for years at this point? Are you okay?
There is a beetle flying around my room. I'm fine. So ladybug.
Do you need a second?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm normal.
Okay. In Rin's expression, you see like a curiosity beginning to bloom. As in, am I about to hear something? Am I about to hear an answer after all of these years of yes, my assumptions? So there's an openness to what you are saying.
Mm-hmm. So Verdian slowly just like takes one step towards Rin and reaches out for the Rin's hand that's holding the knife and is going to try and just like wrap her own hand around Rin's and to lower this knife that Rin's holding and maybe try to slip it out of his hand.
Okay. Is this more of a measure of like a persuasion intimidation almost, or is this more of like being a sleight of hand, like a dexterous maneuver?
It's sort of it's a slow movement, so it's definitely not the second option. I don't
Okay.
think Viridian's trying to intimidate Rin. I think it's more of a you're listening to me, maybe you'll chill out, maybe you'll let me take this from you kind of thing.
Okay. Do you want to go persuasion?
Yes, I would love that. Persuasion. Okay. Persuasion and what? Maybe charisma?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll see how receptive Rin is going to be to that.
I think this ladybug is giving me really good luck. 5?
5.
5.
So do you want to do anything in particular that might set you over?
I can roll a willpower. No, that won't do anything. I can... Wait, will that? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do a blood search because I
Sure.
need more dice because I rolled... Yeah. I'll do a blood search because then I get to roll 2 more.
Okay, give me a rouse
But
check.
I do a rouse check first, yeah. That is a success.
Wonderful.
So I don't
You
get
don't move
hungrier,
past
but I
one.
get to roll 2 more.
Yep.
Okay, 6. I got 1 more.
Great. Okay. I think it is that very precarious position of like Rin could still do something, but you're feeling Rin's grip become weaker.
Yeah, like I'm walking. Like I've been slowly taking more steps towards Rin, and then at this point I'm standing right in front of him. Like he could stab me. Like that's how close I am.
Yeah.
But I'm still talking, and I've reached out for her hand, and I'm going to try and just like if my hand's holding the knife like this, try to just put my hand over it
Yeah.
and then take it.
I think Rin, you taking advantage of like this space now. Rin looks over sort of your face and your features. You're different. You look different. You smell different.
Different than what?
What was Serana so exacting about first?
What do you mean, what were they exacting about? Did you not suffer as much as I did?
It meant that they loved me. More, maybe the way that I was receiving it, the way that I was growing and bounding back from it meant that I was more worth it than you were.
Ren, listen to me. That's what I thought too. I thought this was the way that they showed care, and love, and compassion. I nearly died for them. And I never got so much as a thank you. I think Serana might care about you, about me, about any of us. But in the end, pretty sure all they saw me as was a way for them to gain more power and influence. Have I managed to take the knife at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so has Rin reacted to me taking it?
I think there's still very much Rin's next instinct, if something goes wrong, is going to be reaching back out for it. But there's still this lost look, this listening, this processing that's happening. But
Okay.
she has let you take it. She has allowed it out of her hand for the moment.
Okay. Verdian is going to slip it in like the butt pocket of my pantsuit. Just like to put it behind me. Sorry, what was the last thing Rin said?
Last thing she said was basically like, you were saying, let me tell you something that's also what I thought that love was from Serana. And then presumably continuing on from your experience.
Okay. Viridian just kind of like looks down really quick and then back up at Rin. And she makes direct eye contact with Rin and says, "Please listen when I tell you, you never deserved the treatment that Serana gave you. And I was too enthralled by them all those years ago to realize what I know now. Maybe I was complicit. And for that, I am deeply sorry."
Rin, I think we're just going to allow this insight to sort of carry over. Despite however long that the two of you have been alive, or rather, unalive, that sort of thing, in your age, in your vampirism, you can go a long time without certain words being said to you, or certain things, certain concepts ever being thrown into your brain. Rin, looking over this, whatever they mean by you looking different, sounding different, it's not as if you've aged. But this artful eye, this fast eye studying you, suddenly there's a large, like, barging into sort of sound against the door. There's one hefty kick, and then the second one is Cal breaking through the door.
Shit. Okay.
Rin looks back at Rin. This is Rin's instinct of things are going down now. It's about that time to push, at least get Viridian out of his space. Before we get to what Rin does, however, Calliope has entered in.
Okay.
Calliope, on her belt, has a stake, which has been established.
Yeah.
You and Calliope can do something before Rin is able to do something. And if the two of you either fail your rolls, then Rin will be able to lash out in some regard.
Does Rin seem more scared at the moment or angry that Cal has entered?
Somehow, like, neither. Like, pure reaction.
Okay.
So
Cal pushes me, you said?
No, Cal has burst into this office now. It's not.
Sorry,
it
not
doesn't
Cal.
take.
Sorry, not Cal. Rin. Rin has pushed me.
Rin is about to, unless you and Cal do something to subdue them right now.
Okay. I think Viridian can see, almost as if in slow motion, as Cal bursts in, that very loud sound startles Rin, and I think Viridian sees a flash of something across Rin's eyes, maybe even this subtle shifting of a stance. And I think Viridian knows it's clear that Rin is going to try something, whether it's to get the knife from her or to do something else. And so Viridian is going to just put a hand out behind them. And I think... Yeah, so I'm going to reach behind me and say, "Cal, give it to me."
Okay. So, we're going to say Cal, having already busted in through the door, giving you the stake, we'll say that is, like, effectively her turn in this sort of moment.
Okay.
You've taken it. Is your immediate reaction now going to be to attempt to stake Rin?
I think in sort of how this I'm visualizing this in my head is that Rin was maybe still leaned up or against that desk
Yes.
that had all that crap on it.
Yes.
And Viridian has stepped really close to Rin. I've gotten the stake from Cal, and I think in this moment, as I'm like turning back around and bringing my hand around, Rin is able to see what I have in my hand. And I think it would make sense that Rin would actually get a chance to react. As Viridian is just like waiting to react to what Rin does. They are trying to appear threatening at this point, and it's clear that they would act in defense of themselves. But Viridian is not trying to just commit violence on Rin.
Okay. I'm going to roll at the moment for Rin to effectively shove Viridian away from them.
Okay.
You in response to I'm gonna roll. We're gonna set like a difficulty here very quickly, and then we can kind of see how Viridian would react against a shove. Okay, this is not looking good for Ren. Just so you know. Okay, that is a 4.
Okay.
So 4
what do
Viridian.
I roll? What do I roll?
Either standing your ground or kind of evading them, but still remaining in your advantageous sort of position.
Yeah, I think if Rin is going to try and shove me, I think Viridian wants to do like a moving their
maneuver
bodies so
or
that
whatever.
Yeah, so that I can sidestep essentially.
Okay.
How do we fight in this game? This is a finale.
You don't. You whatever. You can do. I'll say dexterity, composure, or wits here for your Viridian. Just crossing the spectrum, apparently. But that will be stealth.
Which I have none in. So I'm gonna pick composure because I think the idea of like keeping cool, keeping calm fits Viridian's headspace at the moment. If I don't have any dots in the other thing, I just don't roll for that. I only take the attribute dice, right? Okay. So then that is but am I allowed to blood surge again? How often can you blood surge?
Fabs is saying yes, so sure.
Okay. Okay.
As many times until you frenzy.
There's two ladybugs. Okay. Go away.
You were about to crit so much right now. I swear to God.
No. Well, maybe, I don't know. I just got hungrier, so I failed that.
Okay, word.
Oh, Joe is like, yes. Please be normal. Okay, so then I get 2 more dice. Okay. I'm gonna spend a willpower.
Okay.
Which I need to mark.
Jay, you have 2
There's
rerolls.
something- Oh. Okay, well, I'm gonna use this willpower, and if this doesn't work, I will use a reroll. Oh, fuck! That was... So you know when you roll, like, the top number that has the little, like, blood thingies? And you roll 2 of them, so you get... I got a 4 with those 2.
Okay.
So now I have a total of... 6.
$1 million. 6?
Yeah, $1 million.
Do you know?
$1 million.
Do you know what's
1
really
million.
cool about 6?
What's really cool about 6?
It's more than 4.
And that, kids, is how you do math.
Yeah.
To all the kids watching.
You stand your ground.
Stay in school. Yeah.
that is going to be Rin's reaction here. Unless you, Cal is your ghoul. So if you think Cal is going to aid you in doing anything else at this moment, it's going to be another standoff of Viridian reacting once more, and then Rin is essentially, this is like the next sort of standoff before Rin will be able to successfully potentially do something in their defense once more.
Okay. I don't think I fully understood what you just said. I'm sorry.
I apologize. Is Cal going to aid you on your next move, or do you want her to do
Age me?
something? Aid.
Aid. Oh, aid. Sorry. The captions are saying age.
Cal's gonna aid you.
Cal's gonna make me older. Okay. Yes. Cal. So I think back to the scene. So I think Viridian sidesteps. Rin might maybe lunges. I think. Tell me if this is chill. If I can do this. I think Viridian wants to catch Rin's shoulder and basically use Rin's momentum against him to spin him around back onto the desk and basically pin him down on the desk with my forearm.
Okay.
Because I'm much taller than Rin, but I'm pretty sure Rin is stronger than me, so I'm trying to use Rin's strength against him.
This is sort of a forceful maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say something with brawl on your end.
Cool, which I have 0 dots in. So what's my attribute?
Cool. We'll say dexterity.
Cool.
Holy
Great.
shit. Thanks for the gifts, regular sized mom. Jesus.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. That's odd duck dice.
You can be
So thank
any
you.
size mom, odd duck dice.
Oh my gosh. I got a sub to this channel that I'm
To
on.
the channel that you're on.
Thank you for the sub. While I'm fighting for my life here. Okay. I got a what's it called when you do really well on the hunger dice? Something bad might
The
happen.
messy critical?
Yes, I got a messy critical, but I only got 2. Because I literally
got
only have 2
2?
dice. Yeah.
Okay. Rin only literally getting 3. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Unless you're gonna add anything in here. Rin is going to be able to, it's just 2 weak business ladies just kind of fighting on a desk. So you do not gauge a more advantageous position at the moment.
Okay. That's fine with me.
Cal is going to basically try what you just did.
Okay. Okay, Cal. Let's go, Cal. Hey, remember back in season 1 chat when I joked that Cal was here to do all the physical stuff? Ah, voila! Exhibit A.
Cal got an 8.
Oh, okay. What
With all the
happens now,
heartfelt-
storyteller?
With all the heartfelt conversation, Cal, your ghoul with loyalty and blood to you, slams and love slams Rin, kind of grabbing on like the back of their outfit, very expensive clothing, slams them against the desk, pinning their arm behind them at the same time. Cal looks at you with kind of this fretting of time, of action, of something. You need to do it.
And I think Viridian hesitates for a moment, and I think like is also like walking around so that I can be in Rin's line of sight, like to the side, if like Rin's face is like turned to the side. Viridian will walk so that Rin can see them, and I think Rin sees that Viridian hesitates. But I will stake Rin.
Okay. A big, beefy ghoul at your side, at your advantage. Hey, Viridian, what is the feeling of? Is this your first time staking someone?
I don't think so. But I think it's been a long time. I think the last time Viridian staked another kindred was probably back in San Francisco at the behest of Serana.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as Rin's blood just kind of splatters all over Viridian's white outfit, Viridian feels the adrenaline coursing through her body as they like dig this stake deeper and deeper into Rin's torso. Fucking bugs are around me. And Viridian is sort of groaning with the effort to do so. But I think the most overwhelming feeling is that of sadness. And once they get the stake in, I think Viridian knows that Rin is now paralyzed. And I think is like leaning against the desk with the effort, just kind of breathing heavily. And I imagine Rin's face is like right there as Viridian is just. I didn't want to have to do this, Rin. Now you're gonna tell me what? And Viridian's gonna point at the walkie-talkie that was sort of discarded on the desk. What was that?
Shifting over to the walkie-talkie, we're also going to shift now scenes to Cerise. Cerise, suddenly. Well, before that even, where do you think you are, or remind me and all of us where you currently are when Enhino takes out a sword concealed from his body and points it directly to Jet and discards a walkie-talkie and says, "The party's starting."
Cerise, who I will remind the audience, is under 2 different effects right now. One, True Love's face. Cerise looks like Rie to Enhino, but looks like themselves to everyone else. And the second is whatever entrancement Rin had on the place, if it is still active. Cerise is distracted. Everything seems so fresh, so new, so exciting, intriguing, and they can't help themselves right now in this beautiful, lavish place that we're in. I think they have been flitting about, looking at all of the decorations, the antiques that are here. But right now, I think they were in the middle of a conversation with someone, with perhaps one of the models that was at this event, dressed very beautifully in their clothes, and was admiring that clothing, asking so many questions about it, when their attention, I think, breaks as they see Enhino and Jet beginning an altercation of some kind.
Give me a composure plus resolve.
Okay. Those are not good stats, folks. 2 successes.
That will not be quite enough, as still there is this tug in your heart, artistically or otherwise, to know more about this place, to know more about who put the event together, the person behind all of the beautiful clothes, everything within, something still pulls you, but you still have some of your wits about you. And Hino, however far away at this point to you, still within hearing distance and seeing, he looks over to you. To him, you are his daughter that he had left for dead, discarded. But in your conversations with him, as of literally minutes ago, proved that there was something he missed or felt missing without her around, without him at his side. Rin, and Hino speaks up. Rie, and looking at you, Cerise, and Jet, we'll sort of almost focus in slightly on Jet at this moment as well. Jet, you hear and say that to Cerise. Why don't you come over here and help your father?
I think Jet's gonna
And-
start giggling and popping a lollipop in his.
And Cerise is so distracted right now. It takes a considerable amount of time for them to wrench their attention away from this person that they are talking to, and it probably looks quite disrespectful to N. It probably looks like Rie is doing this on purpose, ignoring him on purpose, even though Cerise is trying so hard to direct their attention. And when they eventually are able to turn to this fight that's about to break out, Cerise walks over and walks in between Jet and Hino, their back to Jet, looking directly into her father's eyes, and says, "What do you need me to do, Father?"
Hold him down.
What for?
You don't argue with your father. Hold him down, Rie.
And Jet can see from behind that Cerise's back and shoulders kind of tense up slightly at this command. And they purposefully kind of relax themselves very slowly. As you wish. And Cerise turns around, looks at you, and I think mouths at you, "Trust me on this." And we'll try to pin Jet down. Whether or not you allow Cerise to do that or not is up to you.
Jet's going to respond by giving you a wink and kind of a knowing wink and just let you do what you're planning to do.
No checks
Cerise-
necessary.
Cerise does try to make it look like it is at least a little bit of a struggle so that
Okay.
doesn't get suspicious. So Rie is going to exert some fake amount of effort in this process.
Okay. Please give me something with subterfuge.
Okay, I'm gonna do
Or performance
manipulation.
even. Okay, perfect.
No, I think subterfuge is fine.
Give me a 4.
I got 5.
Beautiful. Unless there's like a specific way that you want to get Jet's body.
I think that Cerise is going to pin Jet down in such a way that if Jet needed to at any point, he could quite easily like slip out of their grasp.
And walks forward. In a very awkward sort of place where he's able to input himself and try to slot himself in a way that almost looks as if he and Rie are a perfect parallel duo right now, as if they were two people who had any common understanding or goal ever. This mismatched attempt. He kneels down next to Rie, his sword, the tip just under Jet, your neck, your throat. Speaks to Rie, but continues to look at Jet. You liked this one, didn't you?
And looking directly into Jet's face as Cerise says this. I did.
And you would do this for your father? You would let me behead this rat?
I told you that I want what's best for our family. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made.
3 sets of screams are heard just upstairs. Not anyone, not Viridian, not Wendy, or anyone maybe directly that you're able to hear. But if you want to give me actually something, if you want to be able to determine whose screams, whose voices you may have heard, you can give me one. It will be sort of high because you are a little busy. That's going to be... It can be insight, streetwise. Insight or streetwise, or investigation, whichever, plus intelligence or composure.
I'm going to do streetwise intelligence.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to use that reroll that was so generously gifted to me by C. And make that 4 successes.
Okay. You hear Youngchul and Hanayun scream, but there's still a third unidentified person.
And I think that Cerise's attention is momentarily, clearly torn away from Enhino, from Jet, as they kind of like snap up to like react to the sound that they hear from above. And they process for a second what they're hearing before putting their attention back to Jet. And I think when I look back at you, Cerise's eyes are a little bit wide and they look a little concerned.
I think once I see that reaction of yours, I kind of give you a nod to just go. And I crunched the lollipop that I put in my mouth.
And having gotten that signal from Jet, I think Cerise will not fully turn to look at Rie's father, but will kind of like do like a half turn. Do you have this handled? You still have the loose ends to tie up, right? I can go do that for you.
Don't want to see me end him?
There are limits. Of course, I'm sure you can understand. The fact that I'm not stopping you should be proof of my loyalty enough. I shouldn't have to watch.
You see clearly he doesn't necessarily believe that. But hey, it's basically like a second birthday. You by my side. Finally listening to your old man. Do whatever the fuck you're about to do.
And very quickly, Rie will get off of Jet and will start moving in the direction of... Are these screams coming from the same place upstairs, or are they clearly in like separate locations?
Kind of the same place upstairs.
Okay, then towards the screams, wherever they are.
Okay. We're gonna see. Let me see how I want to go about this. If you get just like a singular up success on just a regular die, just one, we're gonna see where you are.
I rolled an 8.
Okay, yeah. I rolled a failure. So what this means, what this is gonna look like at this point, is that you were able to run up the stairs, and this is happening in like an open hallway, sort of presumably. And what you see is George Statham and Barbecue with what are they called? This sort of stake guns. The things that propel them out. I forget what they're called. I'm so sorry.
Like the crossbows that like
Harpoons?
have the stick
Harpoons,
or harpoons. That
with the
or that.
stakes. And at the moment, it looks as if one of the elders, Juan, I forget his last name, Juan Lee, is staked and on the ground.
And this is on my way to go and investigate the screams.
This is the source. It is this open hallway upstairs.
Oh. Do I see Hana and Youngchul in here at all? The two screams that I recognized?
Yes. They are beginning to be like readily subdued by two other of the masked people. That seemed curiously the people who became masked were Hino's people, and this George Statham and Barbecue from the American military, with the connection with the SI, seem to also be in league at the moment.
As much as Cerise is itching to deal with these two military dogs, I think they know that there is a little bit more pressing matters at hand with Hana and Youngchul in danger, so they are going to bound directly for Hana and Youngchul at the two masked people that are accosting them, and will attempt to basically I tackle them to the ground.
Okay. So there are several moving pieces at the moment. You do see, in general, the two goons and Barbara and George seem to be on a mission to just get every kindred that they see staked. There is like these crossbows, these weapons, these mechanisms, they seem to have a reloading period. So at the moment, the only people that can consciously do something unless they choose to not reload. We're going to go ahead and say Cerise. You're going to tackle which goon are you attacking or tackling first? The one after Youngchul or Hana?
The one after Hana, she's a human. She can't do anything. She's useless. At least Youngchul's a vampire.
Why am I not muted? Okay. Give me any physical trait. And it can be brawl, athletics, melee.
I'm gonna give you melee and then dexterity, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay. 6 successes.
1.
Okay.
You are very able to however, in whichever way that you are gaining an advantageous maneuver against the person after Hana sees you. I think you see kind of almost a similar like daze in her eyes of like she in this hallway is with those like portraits, everything's still adorning with all of the Dowager Queens, pictures and portraits of concubines. there's still this daze, and it seems that she has snapped out of whatever was holding on to her before, her reasoning for being up in this main hallway. She looks up at you and just sort of like in absolute surprise of like, did you just football tackle someone who is fully attacking me right now?
And Cerise, I think on top of this bandit just like turns and I think just happens to make eye contact with Hana. And Cerise, knowing that at this point this is a masquerade breach and it's not their fault. So why not lean into it? And is just going to smile at Hana, and as they do so, I think Hana can see in full view Cerise's fangs. As Cerise goes and immediately turns to this bandit, if they don't get, unless they like do anything while I'm on top. If they don't, Cerise is going to go and immediately go to feed on this bandit. And during that feeding is going to activate Lingering Kiss.
Absolutely.
Okay. The mortal that is fed upon with this power can make a willpower test. The difficulty is equal to 3.
1.
Okay. Then with this lingering kiss, I think Hana sees in full view as Cerise is on top of this bandit. Teeth, fangs digging into their neck, blood dribbling down off of it. And I think just for cinematic effect, it is on the opposite sides. So if Hana is here, Cerise is feeding on this side of the person's neck. And when they pull back, there is like blood dripping off of Cerise's chin. They have never been a clean feeder. They never needed to be. And they look up almost like euphoric, ecstatic, and they look at this bandit, and under the effects of Lingering Kiss, is just going to say, "Hi, sweetheart. Can you do me a favor and take care of your friends for me?"
Yes. So that is 1 regular bandit, 1 useless bandit.
And assuming that like the 2 military guys are like in cahoots with these people, they are included in this command.
Okay. I think for the first time at this point, we'll see. I think Barbara and George were both just generally assuming that there was going to be attacking back. There's going to be a general fight back. What they are not expecting to see is someone that they had been actively working with in whatever capacity turn around in them and start to pull out a regular gun. I think you see, looking over at Youngchul at this point, Youngchul mechanically has just suffered 2 aggravated damage from what seems to be specialized melee, like knives at this point, that seem to, with whatever magic, with whatever resources have been provided to them, that provide some sort of light or fire damage. Youngchul bleeding out at the moment. There is still the bandit in front of him that needs to be addressed. At this point, Hana will move her whatever will just sort of be like in this like paralysis of, should she be running or does she follow her nosy little ass heart, and goes over to you and just sort of says, are we dead? Is this real?
And I think Cerise had like rolled off of this bandit in order to allow them to get up and like follow through with the command that Cerise had given them. And so they're, I think, like on their back on the ground, like smiling, manic, honestly, in their energy. And they look over at this, at Hana as she asks that. And they say, "Which would you prefer? A dream or death?"
Don't do all this right now, okay? Do I get out of here, or like do I call the police?
Oh no, Don't call the police unless you want. Well, I guess unless it's a gift to me. No, you should stay with me. I'll make sure that you're safe.
Listen. The one thing is that I don't know where Bertrand went.
Where did you see him last?
He ran off back downstairs while we were. For some reason, I got distracted by all the fucking paintings in this wing.
Okay. And Cerise kind of like sits up, like half sits up, like onto their forearms, so that their forearms are like back, and they're leaning up against them. And they kind of like roll their head to look over at Hana, and they raise an eyebrow. Do you really care about him enough to go through all this effort?
I am not at the energy where you are to think that my long-term job is not still something that I'm actively thinking about while this danger is happening to me. And kind of Young Chul is like being still attacked by this guy.
And I think that's the thing, is Cerise doesn't care that much that Young Chul is getting attacked. Like, I think Cerise is like in the mindset of like, I am fine either way. There is so much chaos here that the Mins cannot possibly pin it on Cerise or blame Cerise for any way if Young Chul dies. And I think at that, Cerise kind of just like looks over at Young Chul and goes, all right, fine. Gets up and is going to extremely, I think, like minimum effort, so lazily, is going to turn on their awe, such that it is a manipulation and presence versus composure and intelligence roll. And if this person that is attacking Young Chul fails, their attention is going to be drawn towards Cerise instead of Young Chul.
Okay. That is a. Oh, there's not an opposing roll?
There is. It's composure and intelligence.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna blow my last willpower on this.
Okay.
Actually, do I want to do that?
They got a 2.
No, I'll do it. I'm gonna. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it. Okay, I'm sorry. I got 4 successes and a messy critical.
Okie dokie. With this awe, with Hana next to you, and full awareness and perception at this point of you having a supernatural element to you, how does it look when you enforce your presence over this person?
I think Cerise's eyes, which are a very striking blue, which have never really looked in place for them, for their appearance ever. It's always the first thing that people notice. It's always the thing that people are drawn to. I think start to get deeper, almost as if there is a hypnotic quality to them. And this person, I think, is drawn towards them in this way. And Cerise's demeanor also changes such that they have this gravity almost to them, like they are a celestial body, and anybody that fails this check around them is a comet or a moon like orbiting them, essentially. And that is what Hana can sort of like see happening and like feel and know that that is what's going on.
I mean, Hana, I think, even if it is a perception thing, feeling your gravity potentially change even in your mind around you just changes, I think, the way that you feel about someone, even if you have mistreated them in the context of professionally. You are, this was to the person attacking Young Chul at the moment, right?
Yes, it was, so that they would stop doing that.
Okay. And with like, if that is like really the like basis of like the command, it's just like this slack-jawed kind of like, just like hands, not necessarily dropping anything, but just like not going after Young Chul anymore. And Young Chul, who's just like bleeding and like his suit is like split open at this point. He's just like, Young Chul finally speaking up. Finally!
And over their shoulder, barely looking at him, Cerise just says, I suggest you go find some help for that. And then we'll turn to Hana and say, lead me to Bertrand.
I'm gonna keep, it's Hana speaking, I'm gonna keep what I was saying, I was thinking to myself at the moment. He's over here.
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat the last thing you just said. My brain blipped. You're gonna keep what you're saying, what you were thinking to yourself, but what did you say after that?
He's over here. Like,
oh, he's over here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If you want to insight check her real fast,
so
you can.
suspiciously at you right now. No, I don't think Cerise in character has no reason to do that. I hope not want to so badly, but
okay, cool.
Is he just like at the end of the hallway or something like that? Like he's just like in this commotion?
Yes, like he is really at this point attempting to run through other like running around Kindred, trying to like get out of the situation.
Okay. And Cerise is just going to, I think, sigh and say, and we'll just, I think, like walk over with Hana towards Bertrand. Actually, is going to turn to Hana and say, hold tight. And is going to actually grab her and pick her up, like bridal style, and then run over to Bertrand. Because if he's running, I gotta be a little bit faster. Yeah. And is going to run to catch up to him and kind of like block his path wherever he's running to so that he stops.
Okay. This very well-dressed, form-fitted person, now covered in presumably Young Chul's blood, someone's blood, shaken to his core. This is truly someone who has been rich and has only cooked his entire life, really. And like stops kind of abruptly, like reacting to every second, and then sort of sees you and just sort of goes, aren't you Young Chul's lawyer? What is happening here?
No, still holding on to Hana, like not putting her down, even after I stop. Cerise just looks at Bertrand, clearly a little bit annoyed and like impatient. If you're going to be safe, I need you to run somewhere else. You're running right into the people that are trying to kill you, so if you could just go that way.
People are trying to kill me?
I'm sorry, what did you think that they were trying to do?
I thought I was an important person.
That's maybe why they're trying to kill you, yes. So if you could go into that room over there and just like lock yourself in for the next little while, I'll come get you afterwards.
It's just locking the room gonna be enough?
If you don't make any noise, nobody should have any reason to go in there.
And like looks over at Hana now. Should I take her? Hana just kind of like, you're good.
Cerise lets Hana answer because like Cerise is not gonna make that decision for her.
Hana's like, I'm staying with Cerise, okay? And then I think you see a little bit of like, Hana just called Cerise by their first name. That's strange. And then he just goes, I'm let me know when all of this is written out. I can't die. And runs off into a proper room.
And I think Cerise just kind of looks at Hana after Bertrand like runs off and into a side room and locks himself in. Well, I've secured your career for you, though I really do think you should change directions. You're better than prosecution. You're gonna stay with me tonight, right? I have something I need to finish.
Am I really just gonna be lugged around by you this whole time?
I can drop you if you want.
Actually, I'm good. being here.
Yeah, people like being close to me. And Cerise is going to, I think, turn back from the direction that they came and head over to Jet and Anhino to see how that fight is going down.
Okay. I don't know what's going on.
Those are the sounds from the fight.
Yes, exactly. Speaking of Jet,
Yes.
you have a knife at your throat, and Hino's boot is against sort of this your sternum. Looking over you, his sunglasses, the snake-like red eyes that make themselves most apparent as his mug, his visage is in your face. This is a good look for you, kid.
I'm sure you're enjoying this.
Got my daughter back. Got this fucking opportunity to see if I can call the rest of the mins. It's fun.
Well, it's not fair that you're the only one who gets to have fun tonight. And as I'm speaking, after I chomp down that the candy, you see that my shadow spreads and bleeds out underneath in Hino. And I'm gonna use Arms of Arin. And I'm going to lash at his face to probably try to create some space between us.
Okay. Let me know what I roll or whatever I do.
It doesn't say whether or not.
Oh, good.
Yeah, like I think you just make a check to avoid, like maybe a dexterity and athletics. Maybe I just have to do wits and then my thin blood alchemy. 2.
Dog shit.
I just had 2 successes.
Also 2 successes. Is this something that does damage or anything?
No, this is basically
Okay.
to create space.
Got it. Okay. I think just by the sheer surprise of it all, the two of you remain in like neutral, like no one has like an exact maneuver over the other at this point. But he gets up like fast and sort of gets his sword in a position that's almost defensive between the two of you. New tricks?
Always. And as I stand up, and for flavor, out of the shadows comes a sword that just pops up. Kind of like Excalibur, like out of the water.
I love it.
And I just grab it. I've been preparing for this night. I'm going to make sure that this isn't going to be easy for you. I hope you don't make it easy for me either.
I'm not a fair fighter.
And then I pop another lollipop. Neither am I.
Good to know. And Hino will take the glasses off finally. These snake-like red eyes, almost as if the color in his eyes are scaled themselves. There's like a strange golden ripple to them, but the main goal here, the main goal for the sunglasses, for the eyes, is to intimidate mortals. But there's like a more playful sort of expression that he can share almost and appreciate that he can share between the two of you, two predators, two monsters looking at each other. I don't want to go all the way unfair just yet. And he's going to do a rouse check. He's going to get hungrier. Because of course. And you see, unnaturally, his face contorting, his neck getting longer. The canines of his teeth becoming longer, snake-like. Like nails, his fingernails growing and like cutting, bursting through the gloves that he has. And the scaled sort of skin on top of his hands. Kind of strangely, feathers also growing, just like near, almost as if like a beard beginning to grow, just like on the cheeks. A mythological creature growing in front of you. Who knows? But certainly similar to the winged serpent, the chimera, the beast that Brie was slowly transitioning out of when she was left to die by this man. The resemblance being unfortunate at this moment. He looks up at you, his body having changed in a way that you know there's more to come. Come at me.
And Jet is gonna take a stance and just blurt out like, you said to not play fair. And kind of a screech emits from Jet. Probably unheard of by many, but like if you have heightened senses. And all of a sudden a rumble on the glass happens. And they shatter and a bunch of bats just flood this battlefield that we have and surround me. And I'm gonna order them. I'm gonna do a rouse check. I failed that, but I needed to do a rouse check earlier, but I passed that one. So I'm hungrier by 3. Let's get that out of the way just to be sure. And my order to the bats are to shroud me from harm.
Okay.
Yeah. So to take hits that might hit me. And I'm gonna charge at him.
Excellent. We're gonna do like a very strange VTM sort of fight here where he is just going to attempt to, I think, like a weirdo, and he wants to take whatever hit that you have for him. He wants to see what he can absorb, see what he can learn at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So he stands waiting for you.
Can I make a insight check to see if that is the case? Can I?
I think you can see it.
Oh, can I make a subterfuge or performance or whatever check to maybe make a futile attempt at cutting their skin?
Go for it.
I'm rolling manipulation, and performance and subterfuge are blank for me, so I'm just gonna roll manipulation. Okay, that's 3 successes.
And this is so that N, rather than him feeling comfortable just like taking it, you want to kind of like move his will.
No, I want to make him think that I'm weaker than I am.
Oh, okay. Sure, absolutely. He's understandably, delusionally, he stands with like not really his sword in any particular way. He's able to get himself in a better position, better stance.
I back up a little bit. It's like, guess I need a little bit more help. Whatever. We're already here. And I am just gonna keep charging again and just like see how the fight goes.
Okay. Remind me again what you did. That was were you attempting to do aggravated?
No, I was attempting to do superficial damage
Okay,
to
got
make
it.
him feel comfortable about the fight.
So we can go ahead and say that he has at least one. You said.
Okay.
Give me a little more.
Okay. And now I won't hold back.
Okay.
So what would you like me? Would you rather me use strength or dexterity?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll just use dexterity then. And then here is melee. 1, 2, 3. Messy. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Okay. And this is all superficial still.
This is aggravated at this point.
This is aggravated. Okay. Our NPC template gives us some armor. So that's crazy what you just did. Noted. And what does that look like again? It's
So
covered in bats.
Covered in bats. You see, Jet has like this. Starts with a really unbalanced stance, and kind of centers his gravity, lowers his gravity, and then gives a more powerful strike. And aims for pretty much like the side. To maybe like his rib.
Amazing. This half slowly turning consistently, ferally turned, and there's almost not bats necessarily, not bird-like or snake-like in entirety, something more specifically monstrous, something crafted to whatever means, gets attacked viciously on all sides, bleeding. There's something about the almost black, gray, dark nature of his blood just like splitting out of him. And at first, there was a laugh. At first, there was something still exhilarated. But then the laugh turns into a cough, kind of becoming more of like a viscous, something more concerning coming out of N as he's getting these hits, as he's got that extremely crazy success against him. His body beginning to form and change a little bit again. Gaining another hunger. He begins to grow sort of taller, beginning to grow from his shoulders, from his back, in a monstrous face. I'm not even something that is just curious for me. Did Jet ever have nightmares about monsters in particular?
Probably like when they were a child, like when they were younger. Probably not recently.
There's something about this that not necessarily, not anything you have to make a check about, but that reminds you of this is a nightmare from like a child's dream, from like a story, maybe not even from your own culture, just something that maybe a simple thing that our audience may remember is the closest thing that Eddie identified from looking at Cerise was a demon. This is very similar. And wordlessly, angrily, throughout chuckling, throughout coughing, throughout his body changing, is going to go after you. Please make, let's see, sort of a withstanding check. I will honestly let you curate that how you'd like. Like a stamina plus something, or a strength or something. If this is more of a getting out of the way thing, but a lumbering monster of a man who is actively transforming into something not of any particular origin. However you would like to realistically react to that, you can go ahead.
I think I'm going to like just definitely just back away, just like evade.
Okay.
Oh, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
4. Okay. A 3 and 2 bestial failure. I rolled a lot of dice, everybody.
Fun times.
Fun times. His body literally changing as he is bouldering towards you. The balance, the attempt to rely still on the sword at his hand, at his side. He overshoots. You, as lithe as you are, covered in all the bats that you are, able to maybe as simply just step away at this point as this lumbering mass, becoming lumbering mass of just flesh and change. And he now sits at 5 hunger. This is not a man anymore. Feathers almost growing vestigially, not growing all the way, but not growing in any particular pattern. Feathers, scales, teeth, jaw jutting out, hair at this point sparse. You can see, I think, like his human hair, his suit shedded off onto the ground. This guttural sound coming out of him. But his laugh, the nature of it doesn't leave. But his blood still, at this point, with his transformation, almost slops onto the ground. Give me an insight check. Use, I want to say intelligence because of almost the occult nature of what's happening.
Can I do occult instead of insight? That's the case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it's 3.
With a 3, I want to say you have a feeling his transformation is coming in incomplete because something in his life is missing. This transformation is almost about his own comfort, his own idea of success for himself.
And I think Chet seeing that whether or not N can hear him kind of drops the playful act. You wanted to end the Min family. You wanted to do so much that you'd hurt your own just because they thought that you were going crazy with power. You were being a liability. And now look at you. Barely the man that you were. Barely the kindred that you were. Just a monster. I'm gonna do this favor. Not for you. For Rie. I'll end your suffering now. And I would like to use my flashback, please.
Of course.
In this training facility, you see Jet sweating. Well, not necessarily sweating, but exhausted, panting, and tired from being beaten by another kindred who has been training him. A lot has been said. It has been beaten into his mind. Don't drop your elbows. Be light on your feet. And always aim for the neck. And as the memory goes through a sequence of patterns that he has been practicing, a step forward, pulling out the sword and swinging with confidence, hitting the neck, and you see it bleed through as Jet lunges forward, taking his sword out and lunging for Enhino's neck. Leave it up to you, storyteller, whether or not you want me to. It is a big move, so I want you to.
Give me a roll.
I am going to make a rouse check for Surge.
Okay.
Okay, I rolled a 6. To roll 1. Okay, 2, 4. Gonna use one of my rerolls. Okay, 5, 6.
Shit. Sorry, I need to roll something again. There's still something in Anne at this point, listening. That pride still overtaking. You see him, this gradually growing hand of nails, feathers, scales. He doesn't, not in the motion of grabbing necessarily, but he takes, rather than evading as you have, he takes the sword. Or did you use your sword sort of against him, looking for his neck? He still wants to fight. He still wants to live. And kind of with your sword still at his neck, not that it's solid, not that it's rock or that his skin has turned into any mucus, viscous, or anything special necessarily, but he still stands before you, hurt. Truly, if you come at him with 1 or 2 more successes above what he's been fucking rolling. He still stands in front of you, this lumbering monster. Eyes beginning to become glossy, not allowing the tears to fall through exactly yet. But this raging hunk of flesh warping in all different directions, attempting to accommodate for the change itself, but also the pride. We'll resolve this last bit of this fight in one moment as we hop over to Wendy now. Wendy, there is pandemonium all around you. As you've entered into the party proper, Ted in one area, Kyun in the other, I believe you've always had a visual, at the very least, on Barbara and George. As things have went down, as for whatever reason a bunch of masked men have put on their balaclavas and equipped themselves, where are you in proximity to everything starting before a monster begins to grow literally in this foyer area?
Wendy was probably, I would say, like, not too on the outskirts because they're feeling way too confident at this point in the party. And they are probably closer to the situation than they should be. So I would say, like, right there.
Okay. A familiar feeling at the back of your mind, behind your eyes, almost as if, although your eyes are wide open, almost as if you're looking, as if your eyes have closed and you're looking up right against the sun. Something is about to overtake your mind faster than you really have been getting these visions, these premonitions. Do you let it overtake your mind? Or do you want to put up sort of this resistance of, at the very least, sorry, do you want to let it wash over you unrestrained? Or do you want to have a modicum of control like you did?
I think this time Wendy would just let it wash over them.
Okay. In a strange, familiar, but only in the way of like watching dramas or reading books or seeing old newspaper stubs, for some reason, in your mind, you know that it is 1939. Not to put a bunch of backstory like out on the spot for you, but do you think that Wendy's family, birth family, was of what sort of caste do you think that they were? What was their clan?
Farmers.
Farmers.
Farmers up north.
Like potentially near the clans that were originating like in the North Korea kind of like Jerkin sort of area. Got it. You see yourself experiencing this dream not so much as yourself, but as a third person point of view. The hands in front of you, like a sort of a video game, are the hands of a laborer, a maid or a servant of sorts. Are you cooking or are you like sweeping, cleaning at this moment?
cooking.
Do you sneak like a piece of food?
Oh yeah, you gotta. There's no measuring around here. You just gotta taste it as you go.
I think another sort of maid or like cook around you sort of looks at you scandalized, but the both of you are on like the same level of rank of whatever. So it's not like they do anything in particular. It potentially ruins the code of criminals that some of you have amongst each other in this place. But because of that, you are the one that is tasked with sending the food over to the masters. You're shooed off, made sure that you're kind of briefly presentable. Rushing over to the paper door and then opening another paper door and making sure that you're sitting appropriately to the side before you present the tray of food. A gruff sort of voice speaks up. Just stay there for now until we might need you to bring some more food, but just take a seat. And you're seated with there are two paper doors sort of in that you had to open to get to this place where you were able to drop off the food, but you're told to stay where you are for some reason. Do you slide both of the doors back or do you keep them open?
I would probably slide them back closed.
Okay. They're paper doors. You can still hear.
Yeah.
There seems to be the voice of an older man and like an older woman still as well, but she seems younger than him. The conversation goes something sort of, oh Jesus, along the lines of, the older man says, I thought I made it up to you. I made it up to you at this point, didn't I? We don't have to get upset about the fact that I took credit for finding the salt mines, right? The woman, stern, obviously upset about an investment, an opportunity taken away from her by someone in league. I don't understand how you think that it is at all an equivalent exchange of what you cost me with draught animals. Those are things that easily my people could just take care of. Find, get, steal, in whatever that way that they can, that they need. There's a prestige that I know that you're forgetting here. It was my win. It was my success that you were choosing to actively overshadow. The man says, Changsuk, we don't have to constantly do this. We've been alive. We've been here together for so long. We have to get through these ordinances. Jungsuk. The woman sighs. And I'm presuming now you're going to tell me that we're going through with that. The man says, it's easy. It's just changing your name until, the things blow over. We're not losing anything in particular. Wendy, in this strange dreamlike figure that you are, a hand gently sort of like touches sort of your shoulder. And as you look up to see who it is, in whatever way that you double take or feel whiplash in a dream, in a premonition, Ophelia Min, her face gently smiles, seeing you, and she says, "Excuse me, dear." And she opens the door. She has a young man behind her. Simple looking, short black hair, in a suit. He doesn't seem particularly thrilled by anything in particular, just nods at you, not needing to look at you any longer than he needs to. But Ophelia, this feeling washes over you, this thing of this is someone who attempts to consider everyone. Walks in with this young man behind her. The two of you, I'm sure, are becoming very good friends. If we could hold off at the moment about the mines, it's such a silly thing to have to worry about. Jung-suk, there will be another opportunity. I have something lined up for you that you'll be able to take credit for. And no harm, no foul. I think rather than just Jung-suk, she refers to Jung-suk as uses the nim suffix. Jung-suk nim. Sang-nim. Ophelia refers to the man this time. I think at this point you're listening in. You're hearing them talk about Ordinance 19, which is the 1939 ordinance with which, during Japanese occupation, they were forcing Korean people to change their names into Japanese names. And they're having a conversation about how these are Korean people in their higher clan, their higher caste, where they seem to be at a position where this is more financially advantageous for them to take advantage of at the moment. How does this conversation, not even just the concept of the ordinance, how does this how are the people, how does it feel for these people to with ease speak about changing their name, even just for however long it'll take?
I feel like Wendy is just like very taken aback by Ophelia being there, but also this whole like just nonchalantness of just like letting go of your history or culture, you know, whatever that name brought. Like for Wendy, it's been such a journey trying to find a name that fit that like it's almost infuriating to the point where Wendy is like, my letter is like sitting there like I can't, I just gotta sit here like debating whether to potentially try to like change the future, I guess, like knowing that that's probably not a good idea, but also the urge is there.
Eventually, the man, Tsang, slams his hand against the table. Just change your damn name. That way, we can get in with the generals that are coming in. We can ensure our safety, ensure our protection, and our people. You can, and as like interrupting, Jung-suk says, I don't have anyone else that I'm worried about. I'm worried about my skin. I'm here because it benefits all of us, certainly. But I think even through the shadow of the paper doors, like pointing to Ophelia, you're our overlookers, watchers, whatever it may be. But the more and more I sit here and I think, sure, I don't want a family. I don't want what you, Ophelia, seem to have in this mind of yours to build up this family that will span however long that you will. You're thinking of these names. I want to fade into the back of everything. I want to make sure that I stay alive, that my memory, my name is still out there. And all of you, all you worry about is taking from each other. Sung, the man, looks at Ophelia. This exasperated shrug on the other side of the paper wall. I still don't understand why, what this, all of this is that you're upset about. Maybe we should take a page from the Book of the Min, right? The four of us are here on this world at this point to take advantage of something very simple. Jungsuk, you want prosperity in all of the little ways of innovation, whatever your little brain is really thinking of, right? I want money. Ophelia wants her family. Sujin wants to make art. Juan will want whatever he wants, but he listens to us. The general will give that to us forever. Just change your name.
I feel like at this point, Wendy can't hold anything in anymore, and just yells, "Don't do it!" from the other side of the paper door.
In that moment, before what you, there's a very strange thing that begins to happen, which is just a very real historical thing that could happen without breaking time at this point, because this is a premonition. This isn't you breaking through time itself, but before the very real reality of one of your ancestors getting punished for saying something out of turn happens, this memory, your attachment to this spiritual world, this strange thing, beginning to split apart. Wendy, you're back after however many minutes of just either standing, seconds even, in amidst all of the chaos. Further down, or wherever you are in terms of like stories, a giant monster has formed itself. Cerise is somewhere. Viridian is still somewhere that you're not able to see immediately. But what you do see, running, bleeding, sort of to your side even, is Youngchul. And he sort of he begins to approach you. He is bleeding and he is sort of flustered and like attempting to find someone who can help him do something. You're one of Cerise's.
I mean, not technically, but yeah, I guess so. Are you okay?
No.
Okay.
You need to get me to my godfather.
Okay.
Grandfather. Whatever.
Right. Now, because there's like a whatever that is. Where is everybody? Did you find Cerise?
Cerise is playing Prince Charming or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But I need to make sure that my throughout all of this, my future is still sealed. It's still something that will tangibly be there in the future. I just saw one of my other grandfathers get staked. So I need you to take me to him.
Okay, sure, yeah. Do you, yeah. I guess Wendy will just be like pull out of like whatever is happening with the big monster over there and just start like, going to wherever the grandfather is. Do I know where he is? Do we find him?
Would Wendy know I guess kind of even vaguely the names of the executive elders?
I
This
think
kind-
Wendy would know the names like if they're told to her, but I don't think Wendy knows that Jet and Viridian handle the executive.
Yes.
So
And to be so very fair, Young Chul is just fully asking you just something out of like this manic state
Right.
of like having like bleeding, having been in danger. But
So-
yeah.
I think Wendy would just like grab their arm and just start like somewhat frantically but still trying to stay kind of calm because I don't know what's going on. And kind of just like lead them like up and around and try to find wherever he might be.
Okay. We will pick back off of Wendy's scene, having to cut it in kind of half at this point, and continue on with the rest of the scenes. But let's take a break.
Once we return, we're gonna announce the first winner. So stay
Cool.
tuned. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome back from the break. Let's get into some Bad House RPG announcements. Hey, let's roll for our first winner.
Hell yeah.
What? Yes.
The
Scholastic fucking
Scholastic
Dragon,
CJ
who is currently
streaming.
running a game over at Nameless Domain. If you want to go watch them play their game for the queers, they don't even fucking play Vampire the Masquerade, so I'm stealing the dice from them once they get it. This is a joke. Congratulations to
up.
Scholastic Dragon. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Our next winner will be determined at the end. Moving right along, the renewal of Red Row episode 4 will be out this Friday at 8 p.m. ET. We are at our halfway mark. That is going to be September 5th. Check out all available VODs on Bad House's YouTube. And hey, are you interested in a time before Itaewon? Maybe in the same universe? Some vampires? Some hunters? A new series is coming out this fall, folks. Madness Over Manila. We'll have some proper announcements coming out very soon. More exciting news about that to come, and an extremely exciting, the sexiest cast
Huge
that
cast.
you will, the hugest cast that you will ever see. Remember to follow our socials and all things about that. More news to come. And hey, Colin Shield, we're all a little bit we're a little fools, and sometimes our programs are not very nice to us. Thank you so much for giving all of the players flashbacks.
Yeah, this was dated like July, and we just found out.
We just found out, and you know,
Snail mail.
just snail mail. So thank you for sending a beautifully crafted hand calligraphed letter that we only got just now. To move right back in on the story, on the finale, Wendy, you are being sort of, I don't know, at this like lugged about at this point by this man that maybe you've met, maybe you've only just heard of, but someone, I think just throughout like the vague sort of conversation that he has put on you is this like, you're gonna help me, right? You're part of Ceresa's like team of people, like underlings. I need help finding my grandfather. He's in danger, and I'm also actively bleeding and extremely hurt, but I don't seem to be acknowledging that to the fullest extent. And he also doesn't know where he's going. And he is just kind of aimlessly at this point attempting to find someone that you maybe know that he looks like. But specifically, I think the two of you get into like a weird point where Young Chul just sort of goes like, it's Sung Cho. How do you just lose a man of legend?
Is he a legend? I mean, look, I just got a smartphone recently. I don't really know stuff. Okay, can we just find your grandfather? I got bigger problems than you being. Don't you go here? Like, shouldn't you know where we are?
I'm not necessarily interested. This is Bertrand's place, okay? The Dowager Queens, the woman cucks. I'm not, I'm not that interested.
What's it? You know what? Never mind. Let's just. I will figure that out later. Where? Okay. You know what? You know who know? You know who know? And Wendy just pulls out their phone and it just texts the group chat and it's like, I'm here with some bleeding dude who's looking for his grandfather. Does anyone know who where that might be? And like takes a picture and sends it in the group chat. Content warning, he's bleeding.
I think the only person who is able to answer is Cerise.
Oh, God. And you say that he's looking for his grandfather?
Yeah, godfather, grandfather. You just...
Does Cerise know that Sung Cho is Young Cho's grandfather, godfather, whatever?
Young Chul has, I think, the language around Sung Cho is always like, my great grandfather. Like, this is the guy that is helping me become a better leader, like that kind of thing.
Okay. Have I seen Sung Cho upstairs and in the time that it takes me to like come back down with Hana?
Usually all of them are like always weirdly together, right?
Okay.
And you saw Juan, who was staked and kind of discarded. That's a place to start.
Okay. Then I will text back really quickly. Actually, I'm going to hand my phone to Hana, who I am carrying in my arms, and I'm going to tell her to text back that I saw Juan, one of the other elders, staked upstairs. And these executives, they hang around like schoolgirls together all the time, never apart. So he might be somewhere up there. And I tell Hana to text that.
Is this? I don't think I should know this information.
And Wendy is gonna get the text and okay. Upstairs. Got it. Where do schoolgirls hang out now? No, what? Never mind.
Why the fuck would I know that?
Apparently your grandfather would. We should go though, because there's a dead guy upstairs. Let's go. And Wendy starts just ushering ushering him upstairs
Wendy.
to go find Juan.
Please give me a wits awareness.
Okay. Where are you? There you are. Is there anything I can use to like add?
You can blood surge.
Ooh, yeah.
So give me a rouse check for that.
Okay. Whoa. I
Success. Oh, okay.
failed.
Wendy, you're at 4.
Wendy's at 4.
You're at 4. Okay. But you get to add 2.
Okay. Yeah, Wendy's getting hungry. 6.
Beautiful. From like the corner of your eye, from some ambush site that has been created, a gun is getting ready to. It is training on you from around the corner.
Okay. Rude. So wait. Okay, so I know this, right? This is
Yeah.
something I know. Can I use share the senses?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I should. Hold on. Wait a minute. Actually, you know what? It's the finale. I have 5 rerolls. Fuck it.
Of course.
I'm gonna use share the senses and
Okay.
see if I can tap into whoever the hell is targeting me right now for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, I need resolve and aspect.
Difficulty 3.
Wait, how do I hold on?
If you just do resolve and no second trait, and then just add the number of dice that is equal to your
Oh.
aspects level, that's the
Yeah.
easiest way to do it on the sheet.
Thank you. Wait, hold. None. I keep trying to pick one, and then add 3. And then what difficulty did you say?
3.
Bestial failure.
Okay.
Can I re-roll it?
Of course. So Wendy almost pops off. Rewinding.
This will be fine. This will be fine. That's a success.
Beautiful. Excellent.
Okay.
So sharing the senses.
I should
Putting
do a
yourself
rouse
in
check too, though. What?
Oh yes. Give me a rouse check very quick.
I might have to reroll that too.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're at hunger 5.
And I immediately eat young. No kidding.
I mean, if you want your first to be a dog.
So wait. Can I sense, since I'm like starving now? Can I sense if this is a mortal holding a gun at me?
Yes.
Or a vampire? It is a mortal holding a gun. Okay, well then Wendy's just gonna go ham. And so for chat.
So fuck share the senses. Okay.
Okay. So Wendy, for those of you who may or may not know, Wendy had a little smidgenal taste back a little bit at some point, and Wendy and Viridian may have been perhaps spending some time together. And so Wendy is now going to, as the hunger, like as we are, the chaos is happening. Wendy has been like just blossoming into their vampireness more and more and more, and Youngchul's blood has just been like following them around this entire time, and now this asshole is trying to ruin my night. And so Wendy, just without hesitation at this like sense of this mortal trying to endanger her, all of the rage that Wendy has been holding on to probably since the beginning of time just comes out, and every situation that has happened where Wendy doesn't feel like enough or as if they belong, they just start ravaging this person. Like Viridian's not there to kind of teach him how to do it correctly, and there is no what's Youngchul gonna do, and Wendy just devours, just like grabs on, sinks like as much of their teeth as they can because they're still really new about it, and then just lets everything go and just slumps to the floor with this body of a person just hanging on way too long as everything around them just like completely disappears, and they just engorge in the first real kill that they've ever had on their own.
And I'm gonna let you go ahead and do this. We're gonna say, as you come back into your consciousness, and I know I said fuck share the senses, we can still go ahead and say that you can use it, you can sort of redirect it however you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say because of your minor little frenzy here, that there's something that you've missed throughout the sort of situation. But as you come back into yourself, the thing you notice first are your hands, but you are grounded enough to know that, like, realize what you just did, that you are Wendy, this is your body, but this person in your hands that you have, ripped into the neck of at this point is battalion armor manager, whatever the fuck title I gave him, George Statham. And he is dead in your arms, and for the first time after a while, at the very least, Wendy, you are at hunger 0.
I don't think I've ever been at hunger 0. I think Wendy is just like so satisfied and just like looks at this heap of a person and is like, well, I might have to deal with that later, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when that comes to it. Are you good? You okay? And like looks back at Youngchul, like, are you ready to go?
Youngchul, who I think all intents and purposes, I think there is an acknowledgement that he is like an older vampire, whatever that means, but he looks horrified looking over at you and just sort of says, do you have yourself handled? Did you get that out of your system?
I think so. And Wendy just starts like wiping like the the leftovers that are takes out a handkerchief, kind of just Actually, I feel really good. I haven't. Do you do that all the time? Like, I've never done that before. That's Yeah, no, I'm good. Grandfather, schoolgirls or something. We need to go.
No. All right.
No?
No schoolgirls. Just help. Yes.
Okay.
And Wendy, I also just to follow any loose ends on your end before we transition back over to Viridian. Is there anything that you want to be looking for as you are helping young Chol?
I think Wendy would just be like really proud of themselves and looking for the rest of the coterie as they're looking for the grandfather because they're gonna go tell Jet that they killed their first human.
Nice. I think who you do have eyes on in the coterie is probably Jet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably go there first.
Okay.
And
Viridian.
Hello.
Rin is staked. Cal is sort of, I think at this point, moving them gently from the desk sort of onto the floor now. Looks up at you with like not having any understanding of like what went on before. Looks up at you with, despite the fact that she is not shaking, she is very clear and decisive in what her body is telling her that she needs to do, plus her job. Still looks up with you with the compassion and of Calliope. What should we do?
Thank you. I really didn't want to have to do this. I don't know. Question for you, Joe, as a storyteller.
No,
If Rin is no, okay.
I'm just kidding.
With Rin down, does that at all break the enchantment on this place? Like, I'm not sure if there's like concentration rules or if
Nothing. I don't think, if you want to do like an intelligence occult or whatever the fuck awareness, you can certainly see the nature.
okay. I will gladly do an intelligence whatever the fuck roll. I am hungry. Yeah, that's I don't think I know. I got
Okay.
no successes.
Okay. As things
Actually, wait.
still
I have rerolls. Wait, okay, I'm gonna reroll. I'm gonna use a
yes.
reroll. Thank you, chat. Forgot that I have rerolls.
And you have a flashback, and for some reason you're suddenly an expert at the occult, you know?
No, yeah, Viridian took night classes. 'Cause we're vampires.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean for that to be funny. Yeah. Yeah, still no. I actually don't even think I'm going to get anything because I have 2 hunger and I only have 3 dice between all of that, so
Word.
yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. I don't know anything.
Things I think still feel almost at like sickly sweet oppressive, but I don't think you know exactly what that means. Maybe it's just like perfume. Maybe it's just like the fact that everything is going to shit outside.
Yeah, I think Viridian looks at Cal and sort of reaches out and touches Cal's cheek with a hand. And Viridian says, Cal, thank you. I hear I don't know what's going on downstairs. Please see to it that everyone isn't dead yet. Because I think Viridian, with their like heightened senses, can hear all kinds of commotion.
Mhm.
And so Viridian is going to send Cal away just so that Cal can go make sure that Cerise and Wendy and Jet and everyone else are safe and okay. And assuming Cal leaves,
Yeah.
Viridian's gonna look back at Rin. Because as far as I know, if you stake someone, they're paralyzed. And as long as they don't have like the stake bait thing,
They're
they
fully
can-
conscious.
Yeah, you can still be conscious. So Viridian is gonna look back down at Rin. And Viridian will just sit, I think, sit back on their heels if they were kneeling. Let's just sit back down on their heels, look down at Rin, and just say, Rin, I'm sorry I had to do this. I hope you know that I said it before. I never wanted to do this. And nothing I told you tonight was a lie. If you want to continue to hate me, I suppose that's your prerogative. But please know that I don't feel the same. And I never have. Now, I don't know what you did tonight, but I'm gonna go clean up whatever it is that you've wrought onto this city. And Viridian will lean down and will very gently give Rin a kiss on the forehead. And they draw back and they look at the stake and back at Rin's face. And they know that Rin's not gonna go anywhere. So Viridian says, I will be back. I promise. And she'll stand up and she will walk out and is going to try to find Cerise, Wendy, Jet, anyone.
Okay. Before that, give me any attribute you'd like plus persuasion of like just showing your genuine care to Rin.
Okay.
Whatever you'd like to convey.
Would that be charisma or composure, you think?
Whichever you'd like.
Alright, I'll do composure. And what was the skill again? Sorry?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Okay. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and one of them was a messy critical. So 6 with a messy critical.
How does your desire to convey your truth to Rin not necessarily go a little too far, even, but I maybe even wonder, is there a part of all of this that you wish Serrano were here for?
Okay. As soon as I saw that messy critical, I had an idea. It might be a little out there, so you can say no. But because Rin is staked, and Viridian is speaking genuinely from their undead heart, I think it could be cool if maybe what Rin hears is Viridian's voice intertwined with Serrano's. Almost as if the beast is
I love it.
manifesting itself.
I love it.
And to answer your question, lovely storyteller, I think Viridian, wishes Serana was here. So Serana could see perhaps the beginning of healing between these two. I think Viridian thinks that I think they fully realize that Serana was definitely pitting them against each other in very toxic, unhealthy ways. Whether they were trying to or not, the way that Serana showed love, if they even were, was very twisted, I think, in that way. But yes, I think Rin hears both Serana's voice and Viridian's voice in that moment.
Excellent. Okay.
And yeah, covered in blood, Viridian's gonna go out and look for everybody.
Jumping to Cerise. Where is Cerise lugging Hana at this moment?
Cerise is trying to go back to where Jet is with Enhino.
Okay. I think in that case, Viridian and Cerise at this moment, I think, are able to meet up before all of you are able to properly congregate.
Okay. So if I see Cerise at like the end of a hallway or whatever, Viridian is immediately gonna call out to them. And you see rounding the corner, Cerise, Viridian covered in blood. And when she spots you, Viridian just starts running towards you, and Viridian's just calling your name. And they sound relieved.
And Cerise, I think, hears your voice and like turns to where you are and starts walking towards you as well. And because Cerese's hands are busy, and they can't wave at you, they kind of just like lift Hana up,
Holding
like,
a woman.
yeah. They lift Hana up, kind of like up and down slightly, as if to gesture waving, or indication, at you, and they also yell out, "Viridian, 사장님."
I'm so glad you're not dead. I'm fine.
Whose blood is that?
Prince. He's okay too, though. I had to stake him. Is Hana okay?
Cerise looks down at Hana, waiting for her to answer.
I'm so confused. Guys?
Okay, she's fine. Where's Jet? Or Wendy?
I don't know about Wendy, though we did get that text, so I think Wendy is with Youngchul. Jet was fighting with Enhino, and I was actually just about to go and see if he's okay. I think I need to finish that.
Viridian, I'm assuming we're gonna just start walking. Viridian says, yeah, I think it sounds like Rin made some kind of alliance with all these people and is trying to take me down, or...
Are you okay? It seems like you've had a...
I'm fine. I'll be fine, yeah.
Okay.
Worry about this right now. We can talk later.
Later. Okay. And Cerise, you can see, is like furrowing their brow, like clearly concerned about you, but given the urgency of the situation, we'll kind of push that aside for now. And we'll speed walk run with you towards where Jet and Hino are.
We're walking fast.
Faces pass.
And we're homebound.
Jet.
Yes.
A monster is at your mercy.
Monster is at my mercy. And I think Jet doesn't see any opportunity for mercy. I think this is a person that a sold out both Jet and Wendy the first season. Turned a really close dear friend of Jet's against them, and is now threatening his family. And I think Jet is more than ready to give Enhino the final death. And since we have a flashback again, I think I'm gonna use the last one.
Okay.
We flash back to a room about maybe a few days, and you see the gentleman that helped with Natalie again, and the conversation that they had was that Jet needed something to help kill Enhino, and the sword, apparently coated in a sorceress poison, was given to Jet. So, I'd like to kick in. Why am I blanking on this poison?
Wyvern.
Wyvern person.
Cusco.
Wyvern
Cusco's
poison.
The poison chosen specifically to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison.
You need to kill yourself. No, wrong game. Wait, Scorpion's Touch. That's what it is.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Scorpion's touch.
Yes. So would we perchance roll on Chester's stats? Because it is his poison.
Sure. You have those stats. I don't have those stats.
Chester does not have strength, so he only has 1 strength, but he does have 4 in blood sorcery, so I'm gonna do that.
Decent.
Versus stamina and occult or fortitude. And I'm gonna use 1 reroll.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
Only 4.
Okay. So I think while the blade is still wedged in between I don't know. I think it's best that you let me know how this goes about. What does Enhino do or feel, or how does his body react?
Scorpion's touch. The thing. Chester's blood turned poison. As if alighting something from the inside of someone, from their veins. An occult red blaring light surges through all of the channels in this monster's body, in Enhino's body. The body that at one point created a child with some discarded woman at this point who birthed Rie Hino into this world. And through contracts of misdeeds, of misfortunes that he caused upon other people, this desire for power and longevity, for his name, for the Hino name to finally mean something in life, and for it to mean something in his death. and for it at both times to have never mean anything in his life or death. In in a slowing of time here, Jet, I think we don't see Enhino's self-awareness here. I think we see from Jet, maybe we feel Rie distantly as she's still recovering, her doubling over, sobbing as she's feeling something rip from her soul. Even if it is the sobbing of just technically losing something, even if it has hurt you, losing something that has been so familiar, that has been with you your whole life, and only aided you of loneliness by being there in person, not doing anything emotionally to help alleviate the loneliness, but just being a body. Although that isn't enough, it is still a loss on the body. And not an explosion, not anything more violent by way of blood spattering or anything like that, but the gurgling pain, the slow dragging through hell of a feeling that is almost slowly laying on top of a bed of coals, being left out in the sun, body part by body part. All of the blood, all of the power and hunger, whatever stems and nerves and whatever else, whatever is left that's still alive in his body melts with him still inside of this cage, flesh and otherwise, from his transformation. And this giant body that has attempted to form itself on top of his real body just melts and melts, and the bones fall and also melt. And as if shedding this suit, this monstrous suit, what's left is the naked, shriveling form at this point of Enhino. Still weakly, loosely battling for his life through pride, reaching for something, hands that are just bone and fingernails crumble, and still fighting for longevity at the end of his life by your hand. The bats around you, not calming, not disappearing necessarily, they will be dismissed when they are asked. But there's more of a harmony almost to this end. How are you feeling?
Jet is not. I think Jet feels relief that this part of everything is over. And the quietness and the stillness of whatever he's feeling breaks when he notices that he's still in a battlefield. He still has yet to hear from his allies, from Beck and Vanessa, if they've taken care of everything else. And he is also most worried about his friends. So Jet mourns for a second that this man who was one of the biggest kindred in the city is now a melted blob of flesh. And he snaps out of it and looks for Wendy, probably, as he knows that Cerise has run to a different floor to take care of whatever they heard.
Ironically, before you are able to find Wendy, Cerise, Viridian, and Jet, all three of you, are able to congregate.
And Cerise, seeing this scene kind of unfolding before them, I think maybe we catch like the tail end of Enkino's death. And with that, Cerise can feel True Love's face snap away, ripped from them. Just as Enkino's own essence is ripped away. And they kind of run up. I think they put Hana down, and like nearby, and then run up to Jet. Are you okay? What happened?
It's done. It's done.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Where's Wendy? What's?
She's with Youngchul, I think.
She's gonna go find her.
Are the both of you hurt? What happened with Rin?
Rin's staked.
Okay.
Deal with him later.
We should go find Wendy.
I'm just looking at Hana. It's like,
We have a straggler? She
Hey.
knows a lot now, so.
yeah, one problem at a time. Yeah, sure.
She won't remember any of this.
What?
Well, maybe we should ask her if.
Viridian's just kind of looking at you, and Viridian says, "Is she going to tell anyone about what she saw tonight, then?"
And Cerise, I think, looks pointedly at Hana.
Are you
Viridian
gonna
also
are you
looks at
gonna
Hana.
kill me if I don't? Like,
No,
if I do,
no. What Sashang name is suggesting is just making you forget. If you would prefer that.
and then Viridian, you're getting a phone call.
From who? Okay, Viridian's phone starts ringing. They look at it. Whomst?
Debbie.
Viridian curses just really quietly under her breath, and yeah, and looks at Hana and just says, "Just think about it. I can make you forget any of this happened, or you will have to keep perhaps the biggest secret you've ever kept." And then just like stares at her and then turns away. And I'm gonna get up and walk. Assuming no one else is fighting in this room currently, right? Are we alone, or is there other people still here?
You would have to make like a proper check, but it doesn't look like there's anyone like engaged in anything
Okay.
actively.
Then Viridian's gonna just wander down, I think, down like a hallway, a side hallway, just to have like a little bit of privacy. Let the three of them, four of them, sort of catch up, what have you, or split off, go find Wendy. I can't do math. The number of people, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Viridian answers the phone. Debbie, where are you?
What the fuck is this business? This building is covered entirely with goons.
Yeah, it's a long story. One of my siblings came back with a vengeance, I might add. Where are you?
In a car just outside. I need to find a way to get in without getting entirely jumped. But this
Are there people outside?
armed men. Not police.
Fuck. And Viridian, can I go to like a window and just see
Yeah.
and look out the window?
Easy.
Is there like SI looking fuckers out there? Military?
Yes.
Great. Are they like looking like they're gonna like breach, like come in, I assume?
They're making it looks like they're making sure no one gets in.
Interesting. Cool. Verdian says, okay, yeah, I see them. It appears they are trying to prevent people from entering. It might be best if you just wait in the car, or you can go back to my place and wait.
I'm finding a way in.
Please don't get hurt.
I have my ways. Besides, my family's in there, aren't they?
They are. And Verdian just kind of sighs and looks back over her shoulder, and then back out the window, and she says, "Okay, well, please be safe. Myself and the others are in here, and we're trying to find everyone. Make sure everyone's okay. The SI seem to have found all of us here, thanks to Rin."
It feels different for some reason. It feels as if, from conversation, from the things that I've been able to glean while outside, these are hired hands. These aren't necessarily people in it for the long run. This is all
to take a bribe.
certainly. This is all very shoddily put together, whatever the fuck all of this is.
Seems very hasty, yes. What are you suggesting?
I'm not sure. But, I mean, I don't know what all has been solved inside, but the one thing that seems at the very least, oh, what's the word? Unresolved is why that there's people still outside. I'm gonna see what I can find out. I'm gonna try to get my way in. I have a weird feeling. This doesn't feel like it would just happen with the elders invited.
Yeah, there's definitely something else happening. Hopefully, can figure it out. Take care, please.
You hear her kind of like laugh, like chuckle a bit, and then kind of sigh. And her response is, before hanging up, is, "I'm coming in there because you're my family too."
And I hear the like double beep of being hung up on, and Verdian kind of pulls away, and they say, "Yeah, I love you." And they just kind of put their phone away, and they will come back to the main group unless y'all have split off to try to find Wendy.
I don't think Cerise would have split. Cerise would have stayed with Jet, so.
I meant like the two of you went off to go find
Oh,
Wendy
I
if
see.
that happened.
Wendy, very quickly,
Mm.
where do you think you are at right now with Youngchul? Or like, as you are both at this point aimlessly sort of wondering.
Wendy's just like skipping down the hall, looking in the rooms, like
Zero
Not
hunger.
there.
I feel great.
not in there. I just kind of like forgetting that there's lots of chaos happening in the background almost. Sometimes forgetting that Youngchul's even following me. And then remembering why we walked into this room when I turn around and I see him there and I go, oh, right, we're looking for your grandfather. Okay. And then continue on our way.
At some point now, I think someone stumbles out of a hallway or like a room essentially in the hallway that you're in. This isn't like this is a large building, but not one that is laid out in like confusing manner whatsoever. But an old man seemingly sort of stumbles out of this room, this mouth, teeth, kind of a little bit in his hair, and throughout like the front of his suit, just blood sort of running down. This is Sung Cho.
Is it this one?
Young Chol like kind of perking up, still like weak, having still traveled with you rather than like attempting to like stabilize himself further, like runs up to Sung, begins to like fuss over this like older man. Sung Cho, from your premonition, whatever that vision was necessarily that was trying to teach you something, this is that man sharing the face and voice from your dream. Sung just sort of goes, it's fine, you don't need to worry about me, everything's...
And I think Wendy just stops and goes, you were in that room!
And you are?
I am nobody. You know what? Forget I said that. That you just continue doing that. I'm just gonna I'm Wendy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. You doing all right? Do you need any assistance? You're good? You're good to go? You guys are reunited. I'm gonna go now. You're safe. And
Go on to do your own thing. My son and I, we have a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, since you were gonna... You know what? Never mind. Yes, you do. Okay, bye. Like, Wendy's just gonna scamper off, grab her phone, be like, mission accomplished.
Unless you are just walking away, or if there's like... However you think Wendy would potentially still care about the two men behind them. Give me a wits awareness.
Cool. That's success. 4 successes.
You hear very briefly from the older man to Young Chul. Young Chul, again, the like, are you alright? Like all this, the fussing. Sung Cho says, it's about time, son. I need your blood.
I think Wendy would just like completely stop and like whip back around and be like, excuse me?
Go on, do your own thing. You don't have to worry about. We're having a conversation, young person.
Wendy, yeah, did you say you're gonna haven't you been alive long enough?
Is that... You don't ask a vampire their age. There's just an understanding that I am your elder, and you can extract yourself from the situation now. Thank you for taking care of my grandchild.
Distract your grandchild. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Like, why do you, what? Are you okay with this? Are you okay? Should I stay? Do you feel safe?
You can leave now.
Oh, okay. All right. You. All right. I'll go. And then Wendy like turns around and starts texting like the group and is like, "Why would the grandfather want the son's blood, the grandson's blood, like into the group chat? Also, where are you guys?"
Does anybody know the answer to that question?
Would I know the answer to that question?
Let's make a very hard check, everybody.
Yay! What do I roll? Storyteller.
Let's do a wits. For Viridian and Cerise, it's going to be a wits plus aware. Let's see. Between Viridian and Cerise, it's going to be a wits plus insight, leadership, or occult.
Cool.
Between Jet and Wendy, we're going to say it's an intelligence plus awareness.
Can I do...
investigation or occult? Yes, what's up?
I might not have this stat. I don't. But
It doesn't exist. Yes.
Can I roll for intelligence and technology to see if I can do a find my iPhone?
On whose
On
iPhone?
Wendy?
Oh, sure.
You have my iPhone on your find my
ID?
I pay for your stuff.
Okay, valid.
My 360.
I wouldn't know how to turn it off anyway. So
One success.
maybe sometimes I get lost a lot.
I think easy enough. Sure. When do you start pinging?
Oh,
Fuck is this? In the middle of my. Sorry, go ahead.
no. You go.
I was gonna say I was like in the middle of like trying to look it up on this internet search thing that y'all introduced me to, and then it just started
Google.
going. I'm like, find. How do what is find my? What is this? Find my. And is it like a button? I don't know. I've never had to find my iPhone.
You can like turn the alarm off by clicking like on your phone, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna click it very frantically so it doesn't turn off right away. And then I'm gonna text the group chat and be like, someone hacked my phone, it keeps beeping, I don't know what's going on.
I message, it's me, dum dum.
How did you hack my phone? You had never. Okay. Can you just come find me then, please? Can you just?
And I just like, all right, I know where they are.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You can say no, but since I have like status with these elders,
Oh
can
yeah,
I get an
absolutely.
extra dice or something?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
cool. What are we rolling for again?
It can be a lot of stuff. And the main thing is Cerise and Viridian use wits, then use whatever the fuck you want, and then Jet and Wendy have to use intelligence.
I got 7 successes.
Word.
My
6 for me.
Holy
I got
shit.
8 successes.
Yow.
Jet, are you bothering?
No, I'm just going through like the whole
Okay, word.
find my iPhone thing.
Finding that my iPhone. It's technically my iPhone.
I think all of you come to the same / similar conclusions based on everything all of you know and have experienced at this point. Young Shol is at Sung Cho's every whim. Sung says hi to Body take care of it to Youngchul. Youngchul does it. Sung says, "You're going to be the next. You are who I want to take on the Min responsibility." Wendy, some of this information may just be exclusive to Wendy because of the vision that you've received. Sung is not a powerful man physically by any means. His connections are. He's a tower that is the foundation for many other irrigation systems, that branches, that sort of thing. Wendy, in your vision, this dream, this is a man who needs pillars, needs people to change themselves in ways that they excitedly take on because that he says that they should. Change your name, take the fall, and be excited and happy for it. Cerise, you hear Youngchul say, "I'm not going to be someone's fall guy." Viridian, you seeing Sung kill someone and say, "It's just wine. We could just say that it's wine." I think all of you, maybe kind of, or rather the three of you, kind of click in your minds that you don't really know what Youngchul can do, if Youngchul can actually do anything useful or not. But sometimes when you diablerize someone, something remains. There's a power there. Jet got to be a daywalker, even if that was just one of the many things or a few things that Kevin could do. How many people are in Sung?
I think while Wendy's waiting for Jet to come find them, they just like process everything that's happening and come to this realization and text in the group chat that we should probably take care of this, and that's all they say.
I think that the person that Wendy and Youngchul are with right now is dangerous. More dangerous than perhaps anyone knows.
All right, let's go.
We need to be careful, and I, of all people, never say that. So let's just think this through, okay? Before we go barging in.
I think this is the point question mark that Viridian comes back, and they say there is a bunch of people outside, armed men, mortals, I think, preventing people from getting inside. They don't seem to want to advance on the building, but they formed a perimeter, and I'm not sure what's happening. Debbie's outside, and she's going to try to get in to help.
Are these people mortals, or?
I think so. Soldiers, hired help.
Oh,
If
okay.
Aunt Debbie wants to get in, Aunt Debbie's gonna get in.
Debbie said she'd find a way.
Exactly. I'm not even worried about that right now.
Maybe we can have a snack later, but for now, we need to go to Wendy.
Wait, snack, Debbie?
No, the armed people.
Oh, yes, please. What's going on with? And Viridian's like looking through all of the texts now in the group chat.
And I think like we're walking now towards wherever
Yeah.
I assume Jet is leading us to wherever Wendy is. And Cerise just kind of like, oh. And Cerise will turn back to Hana and will say, do
Can
you
I just
wanna...
hide somewhere?
I mean, if you want to, just do...
I take out a gun. We can take care of this right now.
Whoa!
Gosh, Jet, actually, she...
Oh, are you
Leave her.
guys... I'm sorry, I didn't know the two of you were...
Were what?
Just raises his hands and just starts looking for...
And actually, Cerise will take, when you raise your hands, will actually take the gun out of your hand, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And we'll give it to Hana. And we'll, like, press it into her hand. I assume you know how to shoot?
Do you think... You see her, like, perfectly manicured fingers.
Really? You do this job and you don't... Okay.
I'm a lawyer!
You're a prosecutor. It's fine. You press this button. You press the trigger.
Squeeze,
and you,
don't pull.
Yeah.
The both of you know that there's more to it than just that.
Just come on.
I can't even ride a bike. Okay?
That has nothing to do with
your choice in partners, I'm not gonna judge, but this one is fun.
She's not my partner. I don't know where you're getting that.
I don't know. Hey, we haven't spoken
I'm gonna hide.
in a while.
I'm gonna hide.
I don't know.
And then she just starts walking.
Viridian
Are you
is starting.
Okay. She took
starting
that
to
gun.
walk, but then like over their shoulder, Viridian just looks at Jet with like a quirked smile. Viridian says, "What do you mean, Cerise's choice of partners is?"
Just like I don't know. I just took care of that and points over at whatever the husk is that Enhito used to be. All right, let's go.
And we go to find Wendy.
Yes.
And while we do that, I will just relay to Viridian what we learned.
Okay.
Wendy, you are able to congregate, but this is, I will say, the hallway, wing, whatever, that is the closest to where Sungcho is at the moment.
I think Wendy would just kind of like be like, oh, come here, and like gesture everybody over, and it's like, they're right over there. Also, I killed the guy, but we can talk about that later. But I think I had a dream. It wasn't a dream. It was one of those, you know, the things I get. Anyway, I had one, and he was there, and I think they bad. That dude didn't care what happened to anybody. So and now he's gonna eat his grandson. So I think maybe we should not let him do that. Maybe help him and then kill him. I don't really know, but you guys know more about this stuff than really I do. So
Viridian is going to peek around the corner real quick, just to see that it's Sungcho. I'm assuming I can recognize him.
Sungcho at the moment is feeding off of Youngchul.
Great. Lovely. Viridian is going to step out into the hallway, and they will say, Sungcho, stop what you are doing. And I want to try to use my my dominate discipline to tell him to stop, because I have another thing that lets me do it with just my voice. I don't need eye contact.
Okie dokie. What do I have to roll?
Great question. I haven't done this in a while. So I think I'm gonna use the compel command. So that's a one word. So the one word is stop in that sentence. And it is charisma plus dominate versus intelligence resolve. I gotta roll that.
Interesting. Okay.
Charisma And dominate. Okay.
Meanwhile, Wendy is like, "Are you covered in blood?"
Ah!
Was that to me?
I think it's to
All of
Viridian.
you.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Cerise just smiles. Yeah.
I don't know what you can call this. I don't know if it's blood.
Okay, weird answer, but also me too. Look.
How did it feel?
Did I
Good, right?
So good.
Joe, could I also add or could I activate also the awe? Both of these things are free, by the way.
Yeah.
To make him look at me. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the number you need to beat is 2, based on.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay, well, that's way more than
Intelligence and
2.
resolve?
That's 8. Okay. Yeah.
In a proper daze, stops feeding off of the young man who had just suffered 3 aggravated damage.
Fuck.
Kind of putting it, just sort of like letting him, young Chul, flop kind of limply on the ground. And he stops.
And Viridian is going to just kind of gesture with an arm to the rest of you. And is going to walk up to Sungcho and try to push him off to the side just to separate him from Young Chul a bit. Because Young Chul is not doing great.
Nope.
So I'm gonna try and put distance and telling everyone else to come in because you guys are better physically than me.
Yeah, Cerise comes in, and seeing that Viridian's attempt to subdue Sungcho has worked, is going to go over to Youngchul and like drag him a little bit like closer, like to the exit of the room, to
Yeah.
the rest of the coterie, so that we can take him out if we need to.
Young Chul is just kind of like out of it, like alive, but like kind of like gurgling incoherently. And Sungcho is put to the side by you.
And Viridian is eyes narrowed, just staring at him, and I'm trying to intimidate him, but Viridian I think is mainly just trying to get him away, and they say, "What the hell do you think you're doing?"
Wonderful, Viridian. Well, the young buck, Young Chul. What am I doing? I'm trying to get rid of a problem.
Problem?
Clearly, the whole situation with the trial, on top of whatever has decidedly happened all around us, it had me thinking for only a mere few seconds after a few of the years of just teaching him all that I knew. Maybe Jungsuk was right. There are things you have to take into your own hands.
Young
And
Chul is not
after
the only problem here. You, sir, are also incredibly messy.
If you want a young buck with power, why don't you feed off me?
Cerise?
And I think Cerise puts up a hand to the rest of the coterie, and still looking at Songcho. Leave young Chul behind. What can he even do? I probably have abilities that would be useful to you.
a very tempting and generous offer, But I have been almost. It's like marinating a dish, fermenting a wine for as long as you would like. Young Chol in particular is the particular fruit that I want to be able to pluck off the tree. So it could be him and you, if that's certainly what you'd
Why
like.
don't we call it an appetizer before the main course?
Give me a persuasion plus charisma or manipulation plus you being hot.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Haha. Okay. Ba, ba, ba. 7 successes.
I like the way that this is that you're presenting your case here.
And I think Cerise will take a beat and will look over at the rest of the coterie, giving a chance for them to say anything that they need to before they walk towards Sungsho.
Viridian is looking at Cerise with an incredulous, like, what are you doing? But Viridian trusts that you have a plan because it is very unlike Cerise to just offer to this guy to diablerize them. And so, Viridian, like, very cautiously steps aside, but not before looking at Sungcho and saying, you are a problem for me, actually, and the rest of this city, and you elected me as your leader of the executive council, and in that stead, I am hereby removing you from the council. Bon appetit. And Verdian just kind of like steps back and kind of lets you at him, and just is from behind him looking at you like, what are you planning?
And Cerise will walk over to Sungsho and will kind of snake around him to be behind him, running their fingers over his shoulders around, and will just whisper into his ears. Sungsho-님, does this make us friends?
Certainly.
Perfect. Then. And Cerise will finish their round that they were making and step up in front of him, very close, and will tilt their head, exposing their neck.
He will. There is caution, but also more of the excitement comes in, and there's a bit of like a rushing, clumsy nature to how he proceeds. Gently holds on to like the side of your neck and sort of the shoulder and leans in.
And I think there is a gasp that escapes Cerise's mouth, their body, because they are not used to being fed on. This has not really happened, I think, ever for them before. And it's an unusual feeling. It's a new feeling, except for Viridian. And it's an unusual feeling for them. And they let it happen for a moment, 2 moments. And just when you think that Cerise is gonna let this person just eat them, if I may, I would like to invoke my advantage, Luck of the Devil.
Okay.
Which says that once per session, I can redirect a misfortune that is happening to me to someone that is close to me, an ally, a retainer, etc., etc. I am stretching this a little bit, but he did say that we were friends. And I would like to diablerize him instead.
Okay.
Technically, it's supposed to just happen because it's a mythic advantage, but I will roll
Yeah.
for it if you want me to because I am fucking with it.
I want you to do 2 of the same check.
Okay.
That's gonna be. How many dots is this advantage?
It is 4.
Okay. Roll stamina plus 4.
Okay.
And I need you to give me 2 of these.
Okay. If anyone wants to give me rerolls, by the way, this is a great time to do that. I have 1, so we'll see. Actually, I have 2.
Something I love doing is never giving any of my players, even though I have like 10,000 channel points, I'm not giving y'all shit. So
That's fine. I love you so much. I am going to use the 1 reroll that I have on this.
Okay.
You have 2.
I used 1 earlier. Okay, 5 successes.
This is your.
That's my first one.
That's your first one. Okay. Is there a way that the luck of the devil manifests at first? Like, is there an effect?
I think this is more
I think-
narrative.
Or
Yeah.
right. Or is there
Yeah, yeah.
something that. Is there something that everyone around you sees are only Chungso experiences, basically?
I think the way that it happens is in order to allow this effect to continue without Sungcho necessarily noticing, I think the way that it happens, if I can flavor it more to Cerise's own, like the rest of their sort of power set, it's almost like Lingering Kiss and True Love's Face have like amalgamated into this strange like ability, this strange intoxicating feeling that comes over Sungsho. Like the euphoric feeling that vampires get when they feed on salubri, it's kind of like that. It's as if Cerise is a salubri in this moment. Their blood has such a rich, intoxicating taste to it that it draws Sungshon in and I think like distracts him from everything else that's happening. And what everybody else sees is that even though Sungsho seems to be feeding on Cerise, if we were able to see sort of the into their veins, if they had sort of like a beating heart where blood would be running, none of their blood is moving into Sungsho's body, actually. There's nothing actually happening, but Sungsho feels it as if it is.
Give me that second stamina plus your merit, and you need to get a 5 or above.
Okay, I'm gonna reroll. I have some from chat. I'm gonna reroll that last die. Dear fucking god. I'm gonna spend my last willpower. Please, please die, please die, please die.
Can Cerise have some of mine? Because I still have a
No.
couple left.
I'm gonna give you another one.
Okay, I have one more. I have last
There's
chance.
one more.
I have
Another
last
one.
chance. Last chance.
Oh, there's 2
I
more.
just made
because
5. I
Zombie gave
just
you one.
made
Okay.
5.
Yeah, Zombie give you one too.
Okay. As you
Nice.
begin through this truly devilish thing that you were doing, maybe Eddie was right, but in a very fun, good way for you. something that's easily forgotten, but something that also is not something that should be fully taken advantage of or taken onto willy-nilly, is the age of the vampire, age of the beast. This monster has very controlled. But when transferred onto something, when basically the shackles being released, you begin to take on Sungcho's beast. There is a mixing that almost overpowers Viridian's usual excited, enthused, seductive enticement. But this time it is a war general. Feral, lost in his mind of war, mad, roaring, laughing in your mind like a thunderous headache. And it's almost as if something is taking a hold, taking control of you, a hold of you from within your own mind and your own body. Genuinely, it feels like if your luck, if the universe that is Suresh Shaheen was not to your favor, was not something that was inherently always looking out for you, you would have been internally destroyed and ripped asunder inside out. This isn't like a thin blood feasting upon another thin blood. This is a fledgling feasting upon an ancile who seems to have also absorbed. You're seeing countless lives, countless other kindred at this point, offered to him. A wife of his, other childer, other people meant to be leaders under his own thumb, this secret covert desire for longevity, even his plans for immortality past being alive. And you also see Jungsuk.
He ate the other guy too?
Jungsuk is the electronics CEO.
Yeah, the electronics guy. Yeah.
The
Fuck.
lady.
Yes. Damn. Verdian?
But Cerise always, you shine. You get out of it. It's not a mere shaking your head and it's done. It is a bodily, earth-shattering, rattling sensation. So however you recover from that necessarily, all of a sudden, from what seemed to be this strange spiral, this cycle of Sung overtaking Cerise's body, almost his body hunching over theirs as if their body is getting smaller and smaller. When it is done, Cerise, you just straighten up from being crushed into his arms, and he disappears.
And there's a shudder. I think there's a moment where, a long moment where you think that Cerise is going to fall, but they don't.
Verdian's going to run to your side anyways.
For housekeeping
And-
purposes,
Mm-hmm.
Cerise, you have lost 1 point of humanity,
Okay, thank you.
and you need to roll your humanity plus your blood potency. And the victim's resolve versus their blood potency.
Oof.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Do I need to do a remorse test or like roll the humanity?
The remorse test is after. That's only for stains.
Okay, cool.
You just lose humanity, period.
So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, D8, D10. Just gonna.
And obviously this is for later, but the difference between the two results means you multiply that by 5, and that's how much XP you get in total.
What's the second roll that I need to do?
So it's humanity plus your blood potency.
I see. Okay.
And Joe
I
needs
got-
to roll Yongchul's resolve plus blood potency.
Sung.
Oh,
Sungcho.
Sungcho's resolve and blood potency.
I got 3 successes.
3
Y'all are making him do
successes.
so many resolve. And that's so rude to do to an old man.
So you get 10 XP.
Okay.
Level up.
Continue.
Thank you, Habs.
Yeah, so
Thank
Viridian's at your
you.
side.
Yeah, and I think before you get to their side, like before you're about to like catch them as if they're going to fall, Cerise like catches themselves and kind of like rolls up there in a very dramatic fashion as if it was one vertebrae on top of the other stacking. They like roll those shoulders up and their like head kind of like snaps up as well, and there is a manic smile over Cerise's face.
Cerise.
Well,
Please
that
tell me
problem's
it's
dealt with.
still you.
Of course. Of course it's still me. And I think Cerise is, as they're saying that, they're searching in their head, listening to this voice, to this war general, speaking with this ferocity within their mind. And they, I think, say out loud, "Funny, I don't hear you anymore."
Yes, that is what I was worried about when you take on someone, especially as someone as old as he was. You
I'm-
take on all of these other beasts inside you.
I'm hungry. You said that there were people outside? Why don't we go
There
deal
are.
with that?
Verdian looks over to Young Chol. How's he doing?
He looks like dead Peter Griffin.
Cool. I'm gonna Google what that looks like.
Like a person face down with their limbs askew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what this means. Anyway, it's fine. Verdian's like, okay, we can deal with him later. How are the other two of you?
You guys are taking this much
You?
easier than I'm expecting.
You like ate an old guy.
Yeah.
That's like way cooler than what I did.
What did you do? I think we're all walking at this point. What did you do?
Oh, I decimated a human.
Can I be dragging Young Chol's unconscious body behind me?
You're dragging him? You're not like picking
No.
him? Okay, cool.
Verdian, looks at Wendy like the proudest smile on her face. I'm so proud of you, Wendy.
Aw,
Wasn't it great?
thanks.
Real
It
blood.
was. Although I gotta, I think I gotta work on maybe not wearing so much of them after.
Yeah.
No fun. That's part of the fun.
Okay.
Hmm.
Are we
Maybe-
gonna weekend at Bernie's this guy?
He's not dead.
Are we gonna kill him?
Yet.
No, his family.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Is there a way to find out from my contacts if A, the problem that they were dealing with was dealt with, and B, whether or not they have a way to get in and out of the building without dealing with the battalion of like armed guards outside?
You're gonna get a call.
Okay.
Right back.
Hey,
We got things under control as far as we understand. We're able to muster nothing. What's the fucking word? The time, the clock.
we're good. We're good on that
We're
front.
good.
That's
We're
good.
good.
So we have a bigger problem outside.
So here's the thing. Some kindred, it hasn't necessarily been on a warpath necessarily, but there is a lady essentially actively threatening most of them outside now, which is starting a little bit of a stir at the moment.
Oh shit.
But it looks like she's starting to use the brain magic or something.
Oh.
But it's a lot of people.
All right.
Debbie?
Well, get everybody out, and we'll help Debbie. Debbie's taking on a lot. I think they need our help.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Would my power that makes people just leave work?
Yeah.
Can I finally use my thing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so what happens if it's okay? As we walk outside, how does this work?
What's the name of the power?
Called Clear the Field. I can just tell
Get the
people
fuck
to
out
leave.
of here.
I can clear a space in a calm and orderly manner. And I takes a rouse check. And I think when we go outside, I'm assuming Debbie is trying to like mesmerize these people or whatever, or dominate them to leave.
Yeah,
or...
I believe.
what's-
So the hilarious thing here is that Debbie has no presence. She's just
Really?
telling people with dominate to leave.
Debbie, my love. Okay.
She's not here to be
Trying her
nice.
best.
Great. Perfect. Viridian, I like to imagine that other Ventru can sort of sense when people are using powers. So Viridian walks out and I imagine like her nose wrinkles with like all of the dominate that's happening out here. I imagine she's like one by one telling this person like leave.
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 Because literally I was just like, Debbie is like, she's strong and she's dominate. She doesn't have an AoE of like get out, like, so
Great. Yeah, so Viridian comes out, sees Debbie doing this, and I think Viridian is going to clear their throat and speak as loudly as they can without like straight up screaming. And I think Viridian will say something along the lines of, attention, if you have been hired by Rin Isaiah Pierce, you are released from your duties. Please return home. And I want to use that, so I'm gonna rouse check. Fuck, that was a fail. Good thing we're about to have a snack. And then they... Actually, I just have to roll composure presence to do this. There's no opposing check. I'm not sure what I would be. Oh, it's opposed individually with wit's composure. Okay, hold on.
no.
That's a lot of
okay.
a lot of rules.
Roll for each guy, Joe. Composure presence. Great. I have a lot of dice in that. Yay, hey. Oh wait, I need one more 100.
0.
Great. Please get over 0. No fucking way. Oh wait, no, I got 1. Okay, 1.
Excellent.
I rolled a shit ton of blanks.
Yep.
Okay, we're good.
So everyone just sort of is like, yeah, whatever. with that one.
trying. Oh, wait. And so as they start just kind of like very not with any haste at all, Verdian kind of like grabs like two of them and just and looks at both of them and says, "You two can stay." And I'm gonna just kind of like bring them back over and just look at Cerise and say, "You hungry?"
Debbie is gonna look at you, Brady, and say, "Fuck you, bitch."
Fuck you. I'm hungry. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm just gonna push this guy down and I'm gonna feed on him.
It's got. It's like 5 a.m. or something at this point.
Oh, we gotta get home.
Yeah. Things beginning to come down, and also just to wrap things up before we head to our second break so that we can get to the lovely second winner. Debbie looks over all of you, just sort of like a embarrassed look, especially towards Jet. "I apologize for my absence. It looks like clearly it has not been good whatsoever."
I carry Young Chul's unconscious body and push it over to Debbie.
You should have just left him dead.
No. It's your problem now.
Tempting.
But Sungcho is not going to be a problem anymore.
I made sure of that.
But what does that fucking mean?
She like ate him.
They ate them.
Yeah, they ate them. I ate
Surely,
someone too.
I would be more inclined to agree comfortably that Wendy has diablerized someone. But Cerise,
Yes.
you have to know. Well, never mind. It's not information that I suppose would be whatever come up. You are an incredible fucking idiot.
Thank you.
And to all of those that love you, my condolences for how you're going to have to work that out.
We'll work on it.
Feel proud of it today, but tomorrow, I'm not so sure that's a win for tonight.
I don't know. I think it's kind of a win.
One night at a time.
As somebody who is probably the only person who can stand in sunlight out of this group, I think y'all should leave.
Verdian will pull out their phone and text Cal to get the car, and we're gonna drive home.
You all, I'm sure, have done enough I'll make sure to see whatever else needs to be tied up inside.
Rin, actually.
I can bring them wherever you need me to take them.
Thank you.
Debbie just like looks at you, Cerise, so long, just truly like I want to put your brain under a microscope and study you. Just flabbergasted, like not even wanting that to be true, but just disappears into the Dowager Queen Opera House. And that is where we will take our second break for this very fucking long finale. Thanks everyone for sticking through so far. Let's roll that second winner.
Aki!
Aki!
Wow!
Jesus
Congratulations.
Christ.
That nameless domain stream is like full of luck, apparently.
Apparently,
Yeah.
that's where you need to
That's
be.
so funny.
That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Thank God you're not in Quebec or North Korea.
Or
Russia.
Russia.
Or Russia.
Or Russia.
Russia.
We'll be right back. We're going to start wrapping up for epilogues, but we're going to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves very fast. Or we'll take our time. Whatever. See you in a sec. Welcome back. Last stretch.
Home stretch.
Where do we find Rin now, Viridian?
Oh, that's a great question. God, I had the whole of break to think about where we put Rin.
It truly as simple as just like we'd laid Rin down like in your apartment.
Yeah, I think Rin is in a guest room.
Okay.
In my haven. I think we put down like an old sheet just so like Rin's blood wouldn't go everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the scene we see is like the next night. Viridian coming into the room and really slowly, maybe a bit apprehensively, taking the stake out of Rin's chest. And Viridian places it to the side and I think has brought up like a chair just to sit at the side of the bed and I think just sits there. And in the silence, I think they just say, I'm sorry about all of this.
I think kind of like disarmingly rather than like maybe what would almost be expected is like this gasp for air, but you don't need to breathe. Rin just reanimates, suddenly starting, still left in that like shaking state that he just before being staked. But I think after a few minutes of processing what you said and the two of you look at each other, what I meant by you look different and you sounded different, it's not that it's not as if you had aged. It's that you are not the person that you were before. In a good or bad way, I don't know. But a different way. Make it up to me.
How?
Come with me.
To
to San Francisco.
What for?
Maybe Serana needs to know the truth for our own good, or only my good or your good, but I think we should go.
Viridian's eyes twinkle a little bit as she looks at Rin. The corner of their mouth kind of quirks up, and Viridian nods and says, "Okay, let's pay them a visit."
If you have anything else to wrap up this sort of thing, go for it.
Yeah, so I think the scene fades, and later that night, I think Viridian is with Cerise in their room. And I think we see a very different Viridian. I think they've already told Cerise that they will be taking a trip to San Francisco. Probably updated them about Rin and everything that happened between the two of them. And I think in the middle of telling this story, Viridian has completely broken down. I think we see Viridian's doubts and their fears about all of this, and also just in general finally feeling any feelings that were residual from yesterday that they couldn't feel with all of the adrenaline.
And I think what we see is this picture of Cerise holding Viridian as Viridian is breaking down in their arms, in their lap, and Cerise is gently stroking Viridian's hair and mouthing, like saying something that you as the audience can't hear. But the look on their face is soft. There's features furrowed in concern, but also in an attempt at comfort. And Cerise is just here with Viridian, the two of them together, close, and they are trying their best to take care of Viridian for once. Viridian is always taking care of them. And I think it is this tender moment between the two of them that we kind of pan away from.
Jet or Wendy?
I think the after time kind of passes, I think Jet and Natalie have gotten to speak now after what Chester has done for them, and I don't know if there was a conversation between them. I think Natalie did have some worries about his thing with Cerise, and Jet explained the whole Jet became more of a kind of like a young child telling somebody about the stories of their adventures, of how fantastical things happened while like this person was gone, and they caught him up, and at the end of it, I think the Jet did ask Natalie about who they were and how they wanted to know them more, and at the end of it, Jet decided to see the place that made Natalie before the Min family got a hold of. But I think if it is okay, I think there is a conversation that Jet wanted to have with Wendy. And Jet is pacing back and forth outside of Wendy's apartment door, not knowing how to break the news that they're leaving. And they accidentally knocked on the door without meaning to.
And Wendy's going to very slowly open it like this and go, "Oh, it's you. What's up?"
Hey, can I come in?
Yeah, it's kind of clean. Cleaner hasn't been here in a while. Oh, also, there's a box we gotta move for me.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's in it?
Oh, just some stuff. I've just been packing up some stuff that I don't need anymore. So, yeah.
I look at the box. What's in the box?
It's all just like the bottles that Wendy was hiding and the cups and the mugs up in the cabinet and like just like stuff
My mugs.
so that they have to give back to people. And they're cleaning just like the Tupperware, some of the Tupperwares that they owe. I was just gonna it's just stuff I have to give back to people.
Yeah.
You know.
Take care
The
of it.
bloodroot.
That's still under my couch. After the party.
Hey, so I don't know how to say this. I'm leaving.
Okay, you just got here. What do you mean?
No, I mean, this place has been a lot, and being a min and not a min, and having their problems plop on my doorstep whenever they feel like it is a little tiresome. And I have decided to go away for some time with Natalie. You know, they need to reconnect with who they were, or Ophelia, and things are going well.
Wendy pauses and then punches you in the arm.
I take it.
And it's like, well, I'm not gonna argue with you, but I'm not happy about it.
I'm not that happy with it either.
Okay. So, that means we're gonna finish that new show before you go, right? Or is this like a you're leaving right now and
No, yeah, we're definitely gonna finish that.
okay, like right now?
You got time?
Do you have I have time.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Awesome.
I,
And
yeah. Go ahead.
so you guys like serious or something now? Like, you know, traveling the world together. It's a pretty big step.
Let's put it this way. If I get dumped, you'll be the first to know.
I better be, because it's gonna get, kind of annoying having to FaceTime you or whatever it's called every time a new show comes out. Anyway, oh, look what I got. And Wendy's gonna go to the fridge and grab like a wine bottle looking thing. Be like, I went out last night, fresh from the tap. Do you want any?
This is new. I don't know whether to be afraid or proud. Sure.
Okay. And then I'll grab 2 of the gazillion mugs that I have and pour.
Yeah, and I think at the end of it all, after watching with you, I think the next time I think it was hard for Jet to say goodbye a second, third, or fourth time during the whole thing, that you just see an envelope on your side table that says, I'm gonna really miss you, and I love you. And within that envelope is Jet's car keys.
I get the car.
Yeah. And also also a checkbook, like the account book, basically, for the businesses.
I get trusted with the monies?
And yeah.
Yes.
And also, P.S. P.S. just says, Kyun loves K-dramas. Just ask Kyun to watch with you two. And Jesse.
I think when Wendy reads that, she's going to throw the car keys on the ground very angrily and then pick them up again and put them in their pocket, and then text Cerise and go, I'm going hunting. Do you want to come? I have Jet's car now. And then you just fade out and Wendy leaves with the keys. Go hunting with Cerise.
Is this it? Oh,
Joe's muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
Is that everyone epilogues for now for our season 2?
Yeah.
Okay. That has been Itaewon By Night season 2's finale. God, there was no God this whole season, actually. Thank you so much for watching, sticking through. It's been 5 fucking hours. Y'all are wild. Thank you so much for loving Itaewon By Night and allowing us to provide this space where we can talk about real world shit and how fiction affects reality. And this is a world that, once more, I don't know if we've ever really explained this, that we wanted to create in spite of World of Darkness stuff that has existed, especially all of the Orientalist content, as well as other other performances have been made and created. We love y'all very much, and thank you for loving all of these characters, and especially thank you for loving this world that has been created hodgepodge in all sorts of ways. There's certainly lots more to be told and lots more to announce for another time. I have been Josephine. I'm at Scary Dog Friend. I am your storyteller. Today, later on, before happened at the same time, actually, Nameless Domain, we are doing a one-shot series on Tuesdays and Thursdays, where for now, me and Scholastic Dragon, CJ, are running stories of one-shots, two-shots, and three-shots where you might see some wonderful and familiar faces. Lots of new stuff happening over at Nameless Domain. Lots of new stuff happening over at Bad House RPG. Once more, Manila over
Madness over.
I just die. Madness over Manila will be happening very shortly, very soon. I'm gonna pass it over to Youngles.
Hi, I'm Youngles, and I'm tired. I'm gonna pass it over to Hamna.
Amen.
Hi, my name is Hamna. I use any and all pronouns. I'm a TTRPG performer and producer. Go follow me on Lilith TTRPG on all the social medias. Also, come watch Mythic Initiative on Thursday. That's on VO_Cologne's channel. Over to you, Jay.
Me, hi, my name is Jay or Nala. My pronouns are they, them. I am at Nala Woo on the website formerly known as Twitter, and at Nala Draws everywhere else. What's me? I do art stuff. Hire me to art direct for you. I'm looking for full-time work. Next week, actually on Tuesday, next Tuesday, I am being interviewed on the Hero Forges channel. And we will be building a mini of Viridian on that show while I get interviewed about my work or whatever. So if that sounds interesting to you, swing on by for that. That's Tuesday night. And that's me. Me EP2. Who's next? Fabs.
What's up? My name is Fabs, producer here at Bad House. You can find me at Rockets and Pens for art stuff, and then Bad House RPG for TTRPG stuff. Thank you so much for supporting us over here. Again, also, like Jay had mentioned, Hero Forge, thank you so much for supporting us in this season. We could have probably done this without you guys, but it helped so much and made a lot of things much easier. We love you guys. Hopefully we can work again. But also, yeah, like Joe said, yeah, there's a lot of tales yet told.
Listen to Tales Yet Told. Go watch it.
But yeah, follow us on the socials. Madness Over Manila. That's my game. I'll be GMing that. We'll stand by for announcements soon. For the last time this season, Joe, close us out.
Bye.